This one?
Yes.
That works perfect. Yeah, great. Cool.
Yeah.
Did you talk with him? He wants to do the from the Google Chrome his presentation because he has in the AT.com the presentation.
Okay.
Let's try that. Just to open a random PowerPoint.
Should be fine then, no? The camera gets the slides as well.
Yes.
Yeah, but also I will check.
You will project them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kick off Wilson pyramid. Oh, can you?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Still, this is very bad.
Oh, look at this.
Wow, yes.
Yeah.
It's still happy.
Who is using this slide?
Then you remember.
Yeah, when we
had to do
introduced
the slides,
Not allowed.
who we are.
No, I know.
Try to change it.
But we change it.
Yeah, but here.
Ah, there. Yes,
Ah,
there
yes,
it works.
works.
It works. Okay. So what was that?
Your microphone.
No, this is
Okay.
reach out.
Do it again. Maybe
No.
it's something.
I don't know.
One remark.
Okay.
Maybe this
Okay.
one's connected because of
Looks like everything
Okay.
is actually working. No, stop. You're messing up with the battery. There is a battery now here. Or...
There's two.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
not so much.
Can I put it on the charge? There's something.
No, you need
Do we have?
no,
other
but I think
batteries?
it's 10. Well,
Yeah, I mean-
we can try to go to the super.
HDMI, and there you can.
Oh, it's off.
Yeah, can you
It's
put
not
it on?
connected.
It is. It's connected. That's why it's not.
It was fine before.
But it's there.
Try to put yourself in presentation mode again. Maybe it's
Yeah.
yes. And
Okay, now maybe for that. This is the computer science. You just turn it off and on there. Yeah.
this is why we're becoming doctor.
But we cannot keep it on all the time. We should turn it off sometimes because otherwise it will heat up.
Okay.
Yeah,
Or
like
turn it
for,
off during lunchtime.
yeah. Also the coffee break time because otherwise the temperature will be.
Again, no, you just close it and it
Yeah.
gets in a standby mode automatically.
Yeah.
And then it works like
What?
It's not something like breakfast coffee. That's
Yeah,
for me.
at
It's for
11.
11.
No, because
But I don't know like what coming you will do.
if there is coffee, it's very much. It's coffee.
there's something.
Do you want to check your slides?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
I sent.
Uh,
But I also have it.
No, not the slide, that
The
website.
main. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I have his slides?
No, he will do it from a website.
Oh, okay.
That's why we need to check.
I mean, I have my PowerPoint presentation and also.
No,
okay,
it's okay.
that's
We
good,
have
but
the internet, so you can
But
do it from the
for your
website.
PowerPoint presentation.
Minty or something.
Yeah, but I have just one slide in Menti, and the rest is like a normal PowerPoint. I
Okay,
send it
so-
by email.
Yeah, I know. I
Can
got
you-
the email.
Oh, okay.
I thought everything also in Minty.
No.
Can you share the email?
Yeah.
Send it over to you.
Hey,
Hey,
lad.
And if you want to check the web, well, the website will work, but
This one, right?
What is that?
Yes.
maybe if you give me the address of the website, I can just.
It is. It is.
It is in the
Menti.
email?
No,
Okay.
I can tell you
You can write it, and voila, I will just type it in.
because I have to log in.
Oh, right. So you will use my computer at that point too, because okay, it will be
Yeah, I think it will be.
perfect. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
right,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, I can log in
Hey,
on PowerPoint,
Mhm.
and it becomes very slow and
Yeah.
unresponsive. So I think
No problem. Yeah.
Over.
This Oh, I see. Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation to be here, and it is a real pleasure to share with you some of these ideas. This is more like food for thought rather than application, and you will see why. This is about how can we approach and how can we develop some kind of measurement of homeostasis. So the talk will be all about what is homeostasis and why it is important. So for this talk, what I want you to get from this talk, it is first to recognize that type 2 diabetes is a major threat for public health, for you to identify homeostasis loss in the metabolic diseases, to judge the importance of finding a way to measure homeostasis, and spoiler alert, to identify the differences between allostatic lows and Harvey resistance, which is what we have now to measure homeostasis. So this is from 2017. This was like a very provocative paper because it put in question what is the actual numbers from the International Diabetes Federation, which is the authority in diabetes. Well, it says that it's likely to be the biggest epidemic. I would say that now we can be like almost sure that it is the biggest epidemic because it is very far from being over. And here you can see like the number of people that has diabetes nowadays. There are more than 436 million people in the world with diabetes. As you can see, yeah, this is the number of deaths, and most of it is due to type 2 diabetes rather than 1, and also like there is like an important burden in terms of economic because people stop going to work because of diabetes. The second key aspect about diabetes is that it affects the whole body. There is not a single tissue that will be free of consequences of diabetes. There are only 2 tissues that do not use insulin as the other, but either way they get affected by different pathways. And this is where homeostasis comes into play. There is this is the natural evolution of the disease. So first we have a loss of homeostasis, which leads to insulin resistance, and afterwards it leads to type 2 diabetes, and then the complications of diabetes that you may have seen on the internet or perhaps with a relative that it leads to different complications in the eyes, in the foot, etc. So the problem is that there is like a line of invisibility. So over all this evolution, over all these years, it can be 5, 10, 20 years, we don't know yet. This is completely silent, and the patient doesn't know that it has the disease. Until here, when it is irreversible, is when the disease becomes visible. So this is a huge problem. So let's see what is homeostasis. Homeostasis is the definition. It's a self-regulatory process of biological organisms which try to maintain some stability inside of the body in order to survive. But important, this stability is a dynamic equilibrium, and now I'm gonna give you 2 examples, and then you will tell me if you think this is homeostasis, yes or no. So the first scenario, this is a cell. Of course, it's a cartoon. But here you see that we have a membrane, and all cells in our bodies have this kind of membrane, which is semi-permeable to water. We can imagine this experiment. If you have a glass of water, actually we have one here. If we have a glass of water, and then let's imagine this is a semi-permeable membrane, we have it like that. And if you have in the right 1 milligram per deciliter of salt, and in the other side, 4 milligrams per deciliter. By the end of this talk, you will reach an equilibrium. You will have 1 milligram per deciliter concentration in both sides. So this is kind of equilibrium that we have in our bodies. Second scenario, let's say I didn't have breakfast since this morning, so my pancreas will sense that I don't have glucose, and then it will send a signal to the liver to say, okay, produce glucose, so I can, don't faint during the conference. But later on, we will have lunch, and the pancreas will sense that I have enough glucose and say, okay, stop the glucagon, and also will send messages to the fatty tissue to say, okay, stop the lipolysis, and also to the muscle, say, okay, start taking in glucose. So it secretes insulin, which is like kind of a key. So it opens the door for glucose and it goes in. This is another kind to reach an equilibrium. So I was actually preparing a many slide, but I think it will take a lot of time to get into that. But I mean, we are here, so I will ask you to raise your left hand if you think that the first scenario is homeostasis. Left hand. Right hand if you think that the second scenario is homeostasis. And both hands if you think that both are homeostasis. Okay, that's great, because there is like a normal distribution. So someone thinks it's left and right, and someone thinks both. This is great, because otherwise we will be wasting our time. So first scenario is not homeostasis, is actually just the normal equilibrium because of physics, which will lead us to death. The second one, it is homeostasis. Can we put it in?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was empty, but we don't alive. So for homeostasis, it is, as I mentioned, it's a dynamic equilibrium. So it has to be changing over time according to the environment. It needs an effector and a receptor. That in that case, the effector was the pancreas, who was sending the signal. The receptor were the other tissues, and it has a regulator. In this example, was the liver. And important, one substance affects many others, and vice versa. It receives a feedback, because eventually, if I stop, if I keep producing insulin, then I will get a hypoglycemia again, and I will faint. So it has to have a feedback, a response. So now this is important. This is one key element of this talk. So now we are in 2020s, and 100 years ago, it was the time when homeostasis was first defined as a concept. In 1926 by this British researcher, but I think you will like this. This idea came from Claude Bernard, this very famous and brilliant French researcher, almost 100 years before. This concept of the human interior, it says that it should be here. There were no metabolomics, there were biochemistry, basically it didn't exist. And he hypothesized that there should be a kind of environment and equilibrium inside of the body that keeps us alive, and if it is lost, it leads to disease. But also that idea was not, it was original, but we go back 400 years before Christ. Hippocrates says that, oh, there are 4 humors, that there is like blood and plasma and so on, and when it gets unbalanced, then people get disease. And then he told some ideas of how to cure this. And even though it was not the original, before in the pre-Socratic era, like like the students of Pythagoras and so on. And this is interesting because then we will go back on Pythagoras later on. 500 years before Christ, it was when this idea was, at least in the Western society, came alive, that there should be a kind of balance between substances inside of body that keep us healthy. So 2,500 years that this idea has been around, and still we don't have a real metric of how to measure ourselves. So this was one of the very interesting apports from Claude Bernard. He was very clear that say, okay, we are dividing organisms in parts, but only to study. We cannot infer that the living things work separately. We necessarily have to consider then and draw conclusions when the effects plays a role as a whole, but not separately. And unfortunately, if you see the literature, it is not the case. It is not working like that. So what are the statistical approaches that we have to measure homeostasis? First, you have to know that in order to measure homeostasis, we can see at least two different signals. One is metrics, for instance, like heart rate or blood pressure, temperature, and so on. But if we really want to get an insight of what is going on inside the body, we necessarily have to do some measurements of the metabolites that are circulating in the body. And we have two options. First, in the traditional biochemistry lab, in which we are measuring protein per protein and metabolite per metabolite, or we can do it with new facilities of metabolomics, on which we can read a lot of biomarkers in one single field. And we can also do this analysis separately, just using correlation or linear regression, and we can find the association between biomarkers. If we can do it in an integrative or more, let's say, holistic ways, with correlation network, Bayesian networks, and other clusterings. Nevertheless, this gives us an idea of the correlations, but again, it doesn't give you any metric of homeostasis. This is one of the approaches. It is the more studied one, for example, the allostatic loads. So, long story short, allostatic loads is the result of continuous and chronic stressors over life, and which are responsive as a response of environmental changes. This idea, this framework of allostatic loads, it is very nice. I really like it because it takes into account not only the changes in the biomarkers and so on, but has a very holistic idea of health. It takes into account even societal changes. It takes into account the whole social determinants of health. It's a very, very well developed framework or theory. And also, as you remember, in the key factors of homeostasis, it has it puts the central nervous system, the brain, as the mediator of the whole stressful environment and response of the body. So it's a very beautiful. It has a lot of neurobiology background, so it is very nice. But let's see how they do it. How do they measure homeostasis? How do they get this proxy for homeostasis? They propose these 10 biomarkers, of which only 7 are actually molecules. You have norepinephrine, epinephrine, cortisol, the epiandrosterone, which is the regulator of cortisol. So these 4 are already highly correlated. And blood pressure, systolic and diastolic, obviously correlated among them. Low density protein, HDL, and total cholesterol, good. The Weiss and His ratio, and glycated hemoglobin, which is when the glucose is high over time, it attaches to hemoglobin. So it's rather short, but let's see what they do. Let's see what is the statistical model. So please pay a lot of attention. It's very difficult. So this is based on these MacArthur studies of successful aging, which has about 1,000 people, so not that many people. And what do they do? It is published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science. You know, this is like one of the highest impact along with nature. So what do? They just divide the variables in quartiles. And then they ask, is this concentration in the top quartile? If yes, it gives 1 point. If no, 0 points. Then you add points, and the score goes from 0 to 10 because you have 10 variables. 10 higher low static load, you are at higher risk. We can do that. You know, because you are more into data science than me, that using quartiles and then dichotomize it is, well, it's not a very good idea because you lose a lot of information. And also, it can only be because, for example, because it's a very predictive. So maybe the other thing is nothing, it's not doing anything, but they didn't adjust for that. So, and this is my key message for me. So for you, this background, this theoretical background, it is very well done. It is really really well done in terms of epidemiology, but the way how it is applied at the moment is not very good. It really needs a lot of deep phenotyping, a lot of advanced statistical methods that you can bring these expectations. So let's see, we have another option to measure homeostasis. We have this Mahalanobis distance, probably related to this. And to calculate the Mahalanobis distance, we have, of course, it resembles a Euclidean distance, but it has a twist. It uses, it's divided by the variance covariance matrix. So basically, instead of getting the distance from one point, you have a vector of data that in this case can be an addition of or a list of biomarkers that we can measure in one single reading. And then you subtract it by the mean of these list of biomarkers. And then you divide it by the variance covariance matrix of the variable. And this division, you may think that it is very similar when we standardize variables, right? We get one data point, we subtract the mean, and we divide by the standard deviation, and then we get the standard variable. So it's basically the same principle, but in a multidimensional level, and working for the whole set of biomarkers. So Professor Alan Cohen in Canada was the person who actually introduced this technique to biomarkers in order to get a proxy of hemostasis. And well, he remarks that the Mahalanobis distance of these biomarkers includes not only in the variables, but also takes into account the correlation of the variables itself. And at the same time, this simple speculation can also take into account the difference of the concentrations of the units, because let's say if I have one patient that has diabetes and this month has a glycated hemoglobin of 6.9, and in 3 months he comes back and he has 6.6, I would say, well done, you're doing really great. And it is true, I mean it. But if he now has glucose of, I don't know, 150, the next month comes with 149, nothing changed, right? Because the units are different. But using Mahalanobis distance, we can solve or sort out this problem of the difference in the units. And therefore, the Mahalanobis distance is a metric of how much deviate a whole biomarker profile of one subject in relation to the population. So he showed that also when we increase the number of variables to calculate Mahalanobis distance, we improve the performance of the predictive power, in this case for all-cause mortality. He selected in this first show this set of biomarkers. It is all the hemoglobin, metabolism of vitamin B, and also another electrolytes that, from my medical point of view, was not a very good idea because this changes very quickly, not even from one day to another day, but from 1 hour to another hour. So I thought, oh, maybe we can do it better. And we tried to do it, but instead of predicting mortality, we decided to predict type 2 diabetes for the reasons I mentioned before. So in this study, we use data from the PREVENT cohort, which is in the north of the Netherlands. We have more than 6,000 people, and the follow-up is from more than 10 years. It's a very well conducted study. We use as a baseline the second visit, so we have about 10 years of follow-up. The outcome to study was incidence of type 2 diabetes, and the data we got it from, as I mentioned before, in the instance image of the guy which is fishing with a net. So we used nuclear magnetic resonance to get this metabolomic data. This was done in lab for North Carolina. So we chose these 32 biomarkers, which were based in what Professor Cohen did in the first time, but we also added other biomarkers that we know that are very predictive for diabetes. For instance, these branching amino acids. We include some inflammatory markers, like CRP, ketone bodies, because we also learned that they are related. And I'm just going to make a parenthesis on this one, 3-methylamine N oxide, because I think this is very interesting in terms of novel pathways that you can explore. So first, 3-methylamine N oxide cannot be produced by our body itself. So it's actually produced by the microbiome. So based on some elements of diet, of animal products, the gut microbiome, the bacteria that live inside of us, transform this choline in 3-methylamine, and then the liver oxidizes in TMAO. And then it goes to the blood. And then it causes atherosclerosis that can lead to a stroke, attack, or heart failure. So this is somehow recently now, 2016. And just some few months ago, it was published that TMAO is also associated not only with atherosclerosis, with endothelial dysfunction, but with insulin resistance, not with diabetes, but with insulin resistance, which, if you remember, is one step before. And this is interesting because 15 years ago, there was some evidence that endothelial dysfunction leads to insulin resistance and vice versa. So I think that this is a very good example of how homeostasis works and how we are struggling to discover these things, although are apparently straightforward. So those parentheses, in our study, we use these 32 biomarkers to calculate the hormone resistance, and then we run a correlation to see if this is somehow predictive of development of diabetes. So this is the overview of the 6,000 people that are like, well, of course, they were free of type 2 diabetes. They were rather normal, somehow had patients. Well, it's a bit, it doesn't show here, but here they were like a spider showing the differences that they were like kind of subtle. Well, I don't know why the computer isn't showing. So the respective results, we have 100 cases of type 2 diabetes during 7 years of follow-up. And we see that the increase in hormone resistance is associated with development of type 2 diabetes. And this was independent of, very important, of fasted plasma glucose, because otherwise they would be useful, right? And I find a history of type 2 diabetes, lipid-lowering medication, less medication, and BMI with circumference and so on. So the model was rather stable. So this work has some strength. So we show that these hormone resistance work as a proxy to integrate this set of biomarkers in one single metric. And of course, has a lot of limitations. It's an observational study, therefore we cannot claim causality. One very important question is this extrapolable to other populations? Here in these two plots, in the left, you see one of the works from, again, is, well, Diana Liu, but also working with Professor Cohen. And here in this job, they do not use only the biomarkers, but crude data. They use principal component analysis that you know that it integrates and it reduces dimensionality in using the variance. So they show that there are two important messages here. When you add the principal components to calculate the hormone resistance, you improve the prediction. In this case, they study all-cause mortality. And the second, and we show the same. perhaps because with more people it is more beautiful, or because it is different set of biomarkers, but it is somehow the same trend. And very important, in green, you see the Harnon's disease, the association between Harnon's disease and mortality in women. And in blue is in men. And you see that in women is higher than in men. We actually show the same. So this is, they do it in Chianti, which is from Italy. We did it in this Dutch cohort. We get the same, these two same patterns, which I think it is important, and it speaks well about the reproducibility of this metric. So I have some conclusions to share with you. First, Mahalanobis resistance depicts the biomarker profile of an individual and accounts for the interaction of this set of biomarkers and therefore the set of different systems in the body. Higher Mahalanobis resistance reflects how distance a biomarker profile is in relation to the population. Higher Mahalanobis resistance is associated with an increased risk of type 2 diabetes. And the more important, the 2,500 years that we have in mind homeostasis, we are still far from an objective, reliable, and applicable measurement of homeostasis, and therefore more interdisciplinary research is needed. I want to thank my collaborators at the University of Groningen that helped me to work in this project in terms of mathematics, of medicine, and of course in the metabolomics. And I want to thank you for listening, and I will be very happy to hear from you if you want to join this journey of 2,000 years of study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, there are any questions?
Yeah, there is one in the.
Okay, there is one in the chat, and so maybe we can start with your question, and then we will read the question in the chat.
Just a second, let me pass.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Which makes sense.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. I found it very compelling to think about the use of this kind of a metric to really follow a process as complicated as this. And I appreciated your presentation of how well this extrapolates to other populations. But on that same subject, have you noticed that this particular metric varies with age in a predictable way? Is there a shift already in where the homeostasis is centered along with age that you can follow directly with this metric? And then that's my first question.
Yeah, that's a very good question. And this metric, we also did some sensitive analysis to see how it changes with age. But I can say that more than changing with age per se, it changed with aging. So we found, and it is also one of these objectives to use this one to predict who are these people who through age are having more disease issues. So it's not about age, the number, but about aging the process.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense if we think about the homeostasis as this equilibrium, including all of these components, then yes, we want it to advance with a process like aging. That makes sense. So my other question is, with this metric that's incorporating such a broad range of assays, I just wanted to ask, is it resilient to maybe, is it possible to calculate with missing values, or if certain tests weren't collected, and or is it particularly sensitive if, say, the data that you have for one particular lab test has been affected because it's a different lab, uses different standards? I don't know if you have any comments on that resiliency.
Yeah, that's a very good question, and well, not only me myself, but Professor Antoine has been working a lot on this. So one of the benefits of this metric is that it is rather let's say insensible of the set of biomarkers. So they have been tested like a plethora of combinations. So in the latest paper, they use as small as 9 biomarkers and gets still, and of course the idea is to identify those who are more common, so that it can be done in many places, right? Because if we use like very fancy and new biomarkers, well, that will be a problem. So yeah, your question it doesn't depend on the selection of biomarkers, and therefore we should expect that we will get similar results respectively of the laboratory.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we also have a question from the chat from Nguyen Tan. So is your applied statistical model linear or non-linear? And did you solve the issues of lacking the training dataset? And then in the perspectives, will you apply other methods for training, such as deep learning or non-linear statistical model?
Thank you. That's a very good question. Because the calculation of the Mohammed distance already takes into account some of the self correlation, we actually got like a pretty linear association, and so I think that is good news because it is easier to try to make an inference to explain it. So that is good, and yes, I think that it would be as if I think that more elaborated methods such as deep learning, for instance, will be more necessary or will play a role in a second step on which we integrate different metrics, for instance, some heart readings like heart rate variability or these readings that are not concentrations of biomarkers. I think that here is where we are going to need some, because then it will not be, it will no longer be linear. I'm pretty sure. So I think that is when deep learning will start playing a role.
Thank you very much. There are other questions from the public, maybe? Yeah.
So here, I just have a question about the population structure, because this is the population we're using, and this is the problem why you try to use the statistical model of machine learning. So I think in humans, it's still less of a problem compared to other species where you can have much stronger population structure and these markers strongly correlated with that. So you want to comment on that?
Yeah, that is true. This is like well, it's fun because these are, as you mentioned, is somehow problematic. Some people have coined this new term that say like real world like data. Like I don't know, like other data is not from the real world. I don't know. But yeah, indeed, we have a lot of issues, perhaps as someone mentioned, in terms of missing values, for instance. And well, the thing is that, or one of the benefits is that because it is there is some insensitivity to the set of biomarkers that we have. I think we have some chance to say, okay, if this set of data is not clean, it's not very good quality, maybe we can disregard. Of course, we cannot say, okay, now we have just two biomarkers and it will make sense. But I think that it has that this flexibility. I would say that we say, okay, we don't have good quality data of beta-hydroxybutyrate. Okay, let's use acetoacetate or another one. So I think it has this flexibility that can help us to sort out this issue.
Sorry, I'm abusing my power. Don't mind. So, okay, I don't have much idea about biology, so it might be a stupid question. So you talk about in homeostasis, we have this dynamic equilibrium. So there are some fluxes involved that has to be constant over time. So in your case, with this problem, like in a biological setting, what kind of fluxes are these? How, like, can they be experimentally measured precisely?
Thank you. That's a very good question, and this is all about Cloud Bernard, like doing like in experimental fashion. So yeah, definitely that is we can prove causality. So the more experimental, the more causality we can prove. But of course, there are, as we have mentioned, in humans, we cannot do a lot of experiments. But now this is where, for instance, wearables starting to play a role because, for instance, before we should have to do some kind of resistance test of, let's say, I'm giving some substance that increases the activity of the sympathetic nervous system, or I'm gonna put people to do some kind of resistance test or whatever. It is like more like experimental, but of course, in terms of research, it takes a lot of more time and a lot of more money, so the investment should be bigger. But for instance, nowadays, something that we never doing is like we have like these wearables that we can track like a lot of things like temperature, heart rate, blood pressure, heart rate variability, and so on. So I think that these experimental like settings, we can get this kind of data from new devices, from wearables.
Thank you very much for such an interesting talk. And yeah, if there are any more questions.
Yeah. Yeah, with respect to the distance you were using, is there a criteria for selecting it over, I don't know, some standard statistical analysis?
Well, so far, the rationality is that the two criteria is that it helps us to take into account the collinearity of variables. As we saw, for instance, in the allostatic load, we have five biomarkers that are all about cortisol. So it would be actually weird if someone has high cortisol and low epinephrine. That would be a very serious disease. But if we don't use Mohammed resistance, if we use like Euclidean distance, it will not take into account this problem of collinearity. So Mohammed resistance does that. And as I mentioned, the second criteria is that because the different biomarkers, different molecules have a huge difference in terms of concentrations and units, we don't use a formula or a method that takes into account these differences in the distance, then it would be very difficult to grasp an idea on the changes in terms of populations. So these are the two criteria on why we choose this Mohammed resistance. And so far, I don't know of any other method that has this, that can help us to sort out these two issues.
Do you have any more questions, comments? Maybe? Okay, so thank you very much again. Thank you. So for the next session, we have with us Irene Valeri. So Irene is a research scientist at Center India, University Kota d'Azur. She is a member of the APON team, currently working on the development of mathematical and statistical models for computational biomedicine. Amongst her research interests, there are Bayesian learning, mechanistic modeling, population dynamics, in silico trials, and causal learning. So today she will introduce us to how clinical trials work and the gold standard for the development of new drugs and medical devices, and how modeling plays an important role in this process. So with this, I would welcome Irene and give this.
Okay, well, I'm not used to talking to a mic, so thank you for the introduction and thank you for organizing this event and for inviting me. Hello, everyone. So I'm Irene Valelli, and I'm a researcher in the APON team in India, Police, which is a team working on computational medicine, basically. Okay, so what I want to talk to you today is a topic that I'm interested in, which is in silico trials. You have maybe you have already heard about in silico trials, or maybe read about it. What I want to do today is just to try to define it clearly, more properly, And I will showcase a couple of examples from the literature in order to have a better understanding of which is the roles that in silico trials can play in healthcare. And well, I hope that I will be able to convince you about the benefits that we can have from in silico trials. It's not working.
Okay, I'll just change the slides. Probably it's PDF.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So before I start talking about in silico trials, let me spend maybe a few words about clinical trials, which is the process that every new drugs or every new medical devices have to go through in order to reach market and then to reach the actual patients, so to be proposed as an actual therapy. In silico, clinical trials are organized. You can see here the phases, different phases, which have to be done in order to complete the clinical trials, which are listed here in chronological order, which means that every time that you want to pass from one phase to the next one, the previous one has to be successful. Otherwise, the trial will stop, and eventually the drug or the medical device, which is under investigation, will never reach market, which of course in some cases is a good thing, but in other cases, this is a bad news for potential patients. So the first phase is called, the first case is called preclinical, since it does not involve human participants. So basically it consists in laboratory analysis and animal models. Then we have the three main phases of the clinical trials. In particular, in phase one, there are some people which are involved, in the trial. Typically, few people, like few dozens, and it will last typically few months. During this phase, the goal is to assess the safe dose of the drug. For instance, if we are talking about drugs, and also to assess the therapy, like for instance, the schedule to administer the drug or the administration route and so on. So if we manage to demonstrate that the drug is still, that there is a safe dose on humans for the drug, then you can go for phase two, which typically involves more participants, about 100 or maybe less, and last longer. And during this phase, what we want to assess is the safety of the therapy, but also its efficacy. So if we can show that this therapy has actual benefits on patients. If we manage to demonstrate that, then we can go for phase three, which involve even more patients and an even longer follow-up. And during this phase, again, we want to monitor the efficacy on longer period, and also monitor if any adverse events show up. If again everything goes right, then we can go for FDA pre-marketing approval, which basically means that all the scientific and regulatory documentation which has been produced is analyzed and if everything is right, we can finally reach the market. But the monitoring keeps going on, meaning that we keep monitoring if the drug is safe and there is no effects on real life patients. Oh, okay. But of course, there are some drawbacks, as always, because nothing is perfect. Maybe I can just say that clinical trials is somehow under some aspects you can see it as a gold standard, because thanks to randomization and the placebo-controlled and double-blind strategies, is able to really identify the effects of the drug on patients and its relation with respect to some characteristic of the patients, which depends on on the enrollment criteria. Okay, so yeah, we see that is somehow the gold standard, but there is some drawbacks. For instance, one of the most important is all this process is extremely costly and time consuming. For instance, according to this paper appeared in 2014 in Nature Review Drug Discovery, the development of every new drug on average costs about 2.6 billion US dollars and can last also more than 10 years. And also, we can say that there is maybe a limited variability which is observed during clinical trials, which comes from a limited number of people that can be actually involved in the trial, and so their characteristics, and there can be a sort of shift from the people which has participated to the clinical trial and the actual patients who will receive the treatment post-marketing. And of course, we are limited in scenarios, in the sense that we cannot clinically test every possible combination in the therapy, because again, it's costly, it's time consuming, and require the participation of people in the trial. And also, there is a very low success rate. Here I'm citing a paper from Nature Reviews in 2019, which was reviewing the probability of success of drugs, depending, for instance, here on the phase where we are considering the drug. So, for instance, the probability of launch of a drug to market from phase 1 is below 10%. So the question is, how can modeling and simulation help us supporting and speeding up all this process? Okay, in silico trials, when we talk about in silico trials or in silico medicine, we refer to modeling, computer simulation, and data analysis, which can be used during the development or regulatory evaluation phases of a therapy. And the aim is to be able to generate individualized simulation of patients and also of population of boards. So basically going from the digital twin to virtual boards, virtual population, and also model the reaction with respect to a proposed medicinal product or device or medical intervention. And so the final, how we can use in silico trials to refine, reduce, and sometimes also partially replace clinical trials. So not to substitute completely clinical trials, of course, but to support them. I will go now quickly through the different phases of in silico trials, because yes, there are phases also which has to be considered in silico trials, which are somehow less rigid than the one that we have seen about clinical trials, but anyway, they are mandatory. The first phase concerns the design and the assessment of in silico trials. So first of all, we need to provide a molecular and a clinical description of both the disease and the target drug. If, of course, we are talking about drugs, but in this talk, I will mainly focus on drugs. Also, we need to identify which is the population of interest that we want to address, and also which are its specific characteristics that can potentially affect both therapy and its effects, like again the dosage we want to address to a pediatric population, let's say, this is also the place where we need to define which question we want to be able to answer with the use of the model. We talk about the question of interest and in which context we want to apply our in silico trial. This is needed to assess the model risk of what we propose, which can go from a low risk when the result of the in silico trial will not directly turn into a medical decision up to a high risk when what we can conclude from in silico trials turn into decision-making action without requiring any additional experiment. Okay, then the phase 2 is, of course, modeling. So we have to clearly identify the modeling strategy, but also establish the parameter distribution that will allow us to generate the virtual patients in the virtual cohort. The model has to be need to be able to describe the treatment effect on our virtual population. With all of this, we are able to generate a bunch of parameters will describe our patients, as virtual patients, then eventually accept or reject the patient according to some criteria. We will see an example on that. And then we finally can generate virtual cohorts that can be, again, virtually assigned to different treatment strategies. And finally, we can effectively run in silico trials and analyze the results. So with what we have described before, so we have defined the model, we have defined the design of our silico trials. Now we are able to simulate all of that. We are able to analyze the output of our model, and finally to provide the biological and clinical conclusions, which can be then applied to compare with already existing strategy. What I didn't say, we need also validation data, of course, to validate the prediction that can be achieved with our model. So when we talk about establish the parameter distribution, this is done using potentially several sources of information. So we can use data from previous clinical trials if they are available. We can use data from public data sets on the general populations. And of course, we can also use the literature when we already have knowledge on some parameters that are involved in our model. Okay, now I'm going to show you some examples from the literature of in silico trials and the different questions that can be addressed and how it has been done in these cases. The first example concerns the proposal of alternative adaptive protocols for injection of interleukin-7 in HIV-infected patients. So I guess that you all know what HIV is, but maybe you don't know the mechanistic relating them to immunity. Of course, I won't go into deep details, but just give some information which will allow you to understand what follows. When infected patients, when HIV-infected patients are under antiretroviral therapy, usually their viral load will become undetectable, and also there is the CD4 cells. The CD4 cell concentration will be reestablished. Why I'm saying this? Because the CD4 cells are immune cells, which under HIV infection, their concentration drop under HIV infection, and the drop of CD4 concentration is related to immune deficiency, which in turn is related to an augmented risk of having opportunistic infections. So we want to reconstitute, we want to keep the CD4 count at physiological level in order to ensure the quality of patient life, but also their expectancy. Usually under antiretroviral therapy, this is what happened, but there is some patients which are low immunological responder, and for them they cannot manage to recover physiological liver for these CD4 cells. And the interleukin 7 is related to CD4 cell homeostasis. More than that, there have been several trials which have demonstrated the efficacy of interleukin 7 injection in improving the CD4 pool reconstitution, such as these trials, the INSPIRE trial. Actually, there are two trials, INSPIRE 2 and 3, which are used here, which are phase 2 and 3 clinical trials, of course. And in this trial, they are evaluating actually a protocol of 2 cycles of interleukin 7 injection on the CD4 concentration. The protocol is described here very briefly. So the first cycle is administered at the beginning of the trial, and it consists of 3 repeated injections of interleukin 7 at 1 week in interval. And then during what is called the maintenance phase, all patients receive as a visit every 3 months. And if its CD4 concentration is below the physiological threshold, let's say, then another cycle of injection is administered with a total of 4 cycles during the maintenance phase. So the question that we want to address here is, can we propose alternative adaptive strategy which will allow to first of all improve the quality of patients by ensuring that the CD4 count will never go below the threshold, but also do not increase the burden of this therapy, so the number of visits that the patient has to do, and the number of injections, of course. So here they propose 2 criteria, two protocols. I'm sorry. So the adaptive criteria in the adaptive criteria protocol, the number of visits is kept the same, so every 3 months, but the decision of yes or no giving a new cycle of interleukin 7 is done according to the estimation that the specific patient will go beyond the threshold before the next visit. Okay. The adaptive times protocol in this case is the time point of the visit, which is let's say optimized in the sense that we are not forcing patients to come to the hospital every 3 months, but by predicting the curve of their CD4 count, we are the time visit is decided according on at which day this patient, we suppose that we estimate that this patient will reach the threshold, and in this case another cycle of course is administered. Okay, so now we can go for the modeling and validation part concerning the model. We have here a mechanistic model. So basically, from a mathematical viewpoint, is a system of ordinary differential equation. I won't go into the detail. But here we have 2 populations which are both corresponding to subpopulation and CD4 and the CD4 total population. Then on each parameters, we have to consider a statistical model where we can add in particular random effects to take into account the between subjects variability, and also the effects of the interleukin 7 cycles injections during the protocol. And finally, the observational model will relate the outcome of the model to the measurements that are actually done during the trial. So in order to validate we are talking here of mixed effects model, if someone know this terminology, but anyway, we have a mathematical, statistical, and observational model basically. Okay, and okay, to validate the model, we used, but I used the data from the Inspire 2 and 3 trial, and here you can have you see an example of a random picked patient, and as you can see, and it's actually the same for the other patients, the model is able to capture correctly the dynamics of the CD4 and interaction with the proposed therapy. So finally, we can generate our patients and reports and run in silico trials. So for the specific case, they've generated 150 virtual patients on a 2-year period. So in order to generate these patients, the parameters have been sampled, as I said before, from the posterior distribution that has been obtained with the Inspire data, including, of course, the random effects. And also, they've included the acceptation criteria, which is concern the baseline concentration of CD4, and to be in order that the virtual patients are in line with the inclusion criteria of the Inspire trial. Okay. As you can see here, for this specific patients, for instance, you have the CD4 fraction, which is the red horizontal line. The vertical dotted lines are the visit time. So here you have the original protocol, the adaptive criteria protocol, and the adaptive timing protocol. And as you can see, again, this is a specific patient. Of course, curves are different depending on different virtually generated patients. But the adaptive criterion protocol allowed to reduce here the number of injections, while the adaptive timing protocol also allowed to reduce here the number of visits. Just to know, the curve prediction at each time is are done using the information available up to this time point, and simulation also for the next 10 points are done taking into account the decision of the last 10 points. So for instance, if here we decide to administer a new cycle of interleukin, then of course this is taken into account to simulate, to generate the next 10 points. Okay, in the paper, there are many criteria that has been used to compare the different protocols, and here I put just 2 of them, which are particularly relevant in my opinion, and which are the time spent under the threshold of CD4 concentration, the physiological threshold, and the number of visits for each protocol. So concerning the first graph here on the left, I recall you that for a patient having a CD4 concentration below this threshold mean immune deficiency and means risk of infections with opportunistic infections. Okay, so it's really affecting his life quality. And as you can see, for both adaptive protocol, the other ones is still the same adaptive protocol with an additional improvement, let's say, but also for the one that I presented, so ACI and ATI, you can see that significantly allow to significantly reduce the number of days that each patient will spend under this physiological threshold. And despite this, you can see that this not means to increase the number of visits for this patient, which can be seen actually as a constraint, both for the patient that has to come to the hospital and the medical doctor that has to be available to do the visits, of course. This the conclusion on these adaptive protocols is that despite the fact that they allow to provide better to provide a better control on the CD4 count, they are not related to an augmented number of visits, and also it's not shown here, but it's shown in the paper. Is neither related to an augmented number of interleukin-7 injection, which means also an augmented cost for the therapy, which is also a parameter that has to be taken into account when we are evaluating a therapy, of course. Okay. So now I'm going to talk about another example. Except if you have a question on the previous one that we want to ask right now. That's okay. Oh. Yeah.
In the previous slide, like here, how many people are we talking about? How many patients are we talking about?
They are simulating 150 patients here. Yeah, 150 virtual patients.
So it's
and then each one will follow each of the protocol.
Okay. It doesn't sound like a lot. Is that there is a reason?
We are going to talk about the power and the size of the trial right after the next example. It depends. Actually, it depends on the efficacy also of the therapy, the choice of the number of patients that we are going to consider to get enough power from the trial. Of course. Yeah, sure.
So does your simulations take into account about the history of the patients, like depending on what kind of conditions they had and what kind of drugs they have been taking, it might affect like how the particular drug that you're checking for is going to affect this?
Yeah, you are right. No, not in this case. In this case, we are the parameters have been simply generated by estimating from this using the data from this trial. So it expected to reproduce more or less the condition which are observed in the trial, which again these are HIV infected patients in this trial. So all of them have HIV. They are all of them under antiretroviral treatment, but they show to be low immunological responders, so are not able to replenish their CD4.
How we can take into account those kind of things into your models?
One of maybe you are referring to the problem of the shift in the real populations. One of the things that we can do, for instance, is to also use other kind of data sources to improve the observed variability. For instance, not using maybe only data from clinical trials, but also from the general population to have a better vision of the variability which can be observed in the real population. That here we are talking about a specific population because we are talking about HIV infected patients. So HIV is a major the major disease that we are looking in right here in this case, for instance.
Also, so that's one question. So do you want to take into account like the age and the sex of the patients like this?
Okay, we have to we should check what is here, but I don't think so. Well, actually looking at this the equation, I can say that no. It takes into account this Ri and Li, for instance, are random effects, which should be able to take into account all not explained, non-explained variability.
Do you think like the sex and all these age things will be more random than something more?
That can be included in this modeling setting by adding fixed effect factors here, and so knowledge about the covariates that can be included definitely in this kind of modeling. Maybe they do not included in the study because either they're turned to be not that significant as we may imagine, or it was out of the scope of the paper. Other questions? Okay, so I can go ahead. Okay, now I'm going to present another example, which is on cancer immunotherapy. There are several examples of on in silico trials applied to cancer. For instance, to maybe find the best combination of the different immunotherapies, depending on some characteristics. But here in the example that I'm going to show you, we are addressing another kind of question, which is the optimization of the trial design given a medicinal product, given a therapy. So we are not discussing the protocol or the therapy itself. Okay, let me give you a little bit more of context. So nowadays, the number of immuno-oncology drugs which are actually under investigation is really high and is still rising. Nevertheless, also for those drugs that reach late-stage development phases, but the approval rate remains low. And the primary reason for this, above 60 to 70% of cases, is the failure in demonstrating the efficacy of the therapy. This, of course, can be due by immunoresistance of the patients to the proposed immunotherapy, which, by the way, can depend on specific characteristics of the tumor and of the host, but not only. The failure in demonstrating the efficacy of the trial is also partially due to a suboptimal trial design choices. So, for instance, if we have over-optimistic expectation of the efficacy of the therapy, this can justify the fact that we are going to enroll a low number of patients, or we are going to stop the trial and analyze the result too early, so too early endpoints. So late-stage in silico cancer immunotherapy trials by modeling the tumor microenvironment and the interaction with, for instance, the immunotherapy, but also the chemotherapy, can be able to predict the trial outcome to translate this in survival curves, and then allow to adjust a priori the design of the trial in order to improve the likelihood that the trial results in being successful, and the therapy can go up to the market. So some question of interest that we can address here are, for example, which is the survival benefit of a treatment, a given treatment that increases the tumor cell killing by, let's say, 5%, or also which is the sample size that has to be chosen in order to establish this benefit, and at which time point we have to analyze the results of the trial, so which is the best endpoint. Okay, so as you can see here, the question is not how we can improve the therapy, how we can improve the protocol, but rather when a therapy is already given, established, and the protocol also, how we can improve the trial design in order to maximize its chances to make it up to the market. Okay, so again, we have a mechanistic model here in this paper, which is describing the tumor microenvironment. So basically, from first malignant degeneration of a single cell that turns into tumor cells, which is activated and start proliferating and so on. And again, in the parameters of the system, we can appreciate the effect of the proposed therapy. So, for instance, if you are talking about chemotherapy, then chemotherapy will reduce the growth rate of tumor cells. On the other hand, when we are talking about immunotherapy, it will increase the killing rate of cytotoxic cells, and so have a direct effect on the dynamics of the tumor. Again, we need to validate the model. Of course, so in this case, the author are using several different sources of information to validate the model. First of all, the North Central Cancer Treatment Group, which is a public database of patients with a late-stage lung cancer. These two trials, which are considering two different therapeutic approaches for metastatic melanoma, but they are also using literature information for setting the value of some parameters which are already known in the system. So with all of that, they are able to simulate, generate several virtual patients, so generate afterwards cohorts, and that can where randomization can be also simulated, which means that patients are given to different treatment groups. So typically, we will have a control group, which can be placebo or maybe also chemotherapy, and a treatment group where we can have immunotherapy or a combination of immunotherapy and chemotherapy or chemotherapy. Then they have again translated the outcome of the model into survival curves, and they show that they are actually able to reproduce correctly the observed survival curves in these three databases. Okay, so with all of that, they address, for instance, one of the couple of questions that we are discussed in the introduction of this part. Which is the power of the trial depending on, for instance, the study size, the chosen endpoints, or also the randomization ratio. So in this case, depending on the scenario, they simulated different number of patients, they simulated different randomization, and the different follow-ups. So for instance, in this first row, where there is a chemotherapy group versus a placebo group, you can see that irrespectively of the study size or the randomization ratio, the best endpoint seems to be in month 6, which is in this simulation the end of the therapy, which is because in classic chemotherapy studies, survival curves start separating from the beginning. So the higher effect is observed at the end of the therapy, which is also the best moment to assess the benefit of the treatment. On the other hand, when we are looking at immunotherapy, as you remember, immunotherapy will affect differently the system, and in particular the dynamic of the tumor dynamic. So when we are talking about immunotherapy, we observe that the survival curves separate after the start of it takes more time to observe a beneficial effect of this kind of therapy. So we need to increase the follow-up in order to appreciate the beneficial effect of immunotherapies. Otherwise, if we choose a too early endpoints, it will be detrimental for the trial itself. Concerning the randomization ratio, this is, I would say, a minor effect in both cases. And of course, increases the study size will also provide a better power for the trial. Okay, so questions? This is the last part. Quicker. Okay, so I show you a couple of examples, but of course you can find many more. Actually, in the past 2 decades, the number of papers on in silico trials and in silico medicine really raised and tackled different questions. I show you 2 examples with 2 different strategies and 2 different questions of interest which have been addressed, but there are many more on different topics. So we have, for instance, rare diseases, we have, of course, cancer, we have vaccine, we have papers on cardiac drugs, etc. Also, recently, there are institutions which have been founded, such as in particular the Virtual Physiological Human Institute, which have been founded in 2011, and with the aim of improve and promote the use of computer modeling and simulation and in silico trials to improve clinical trials, but also the Avicenna Alliance, which has been founded in 2016, it has been founded by the European Commission to set up the roadmap for in silico trials. So, of course, all of that is giving more visibility and also, which is very important, more credibility to in silico trials and methodologies. Also, recently, there are many projects which have been founded concerning in silico medicine. These have been founded by the European Union Horizon 2020. So in particular, SynCore, in silico world, in situ, and the SynCardio test. And I will talk about SynCardio test in a few seconds because I am involved in this project. But before that, just let me show a very last graph, which is still from the Nature Reviews paper from 2019, which I show at the very beginning of the presentation, where the probability of launch of new drugs is listed by therapeutic area. So despite the fact that cardiovascular diseases are the first cause of mortality worldwide, the probability of launch of a new drug to market for cardiovascular diseases is really is pretty low also compared to other therapeutic areas. And nowadays, the cardiac modeling, both electrophysiology and mechanical, has reached a very good maturity, and we are able to actually reproduce personalized simulation of patients. And you can see, you will see actually a presentation about this topic later this afternoon by Jairo, which is also from the EPMT. So SynCardio test specifically address cardiac diseases, cardiovascular diseases, and the goal of this project is really to accelerate the adoption of digital computer modeling and simulation and in silico trials for the design of cardiac drugs and cardiac medical devices. So it is a big consortium with 10 partners, which are both academic and industrial, so across Europe and one in US. In the context of SynCardio test, there are 3 use cases which have been specifically focused on, which are pacing leads and catheters, left atrial appendage occluder, and cardiac drugs. So in particular, to assess the efficacy and the safety and the cardiotoxicity of these drugs. And concerning the roadmap, so the project, as the previous one that I presented, will start in 2021. So the first year has been dedicated to the standardization and implementation of the different models and their acquisition of experimental data and calibration. Then current year is mainly focused on the verification validation part and uncertainty quantification. So defining the questions of interest, model risk, etc. The different pipelines for the 3 use cases is now in the progress of being integrated in a cloud-based platform. This is developed by one of our industrial partners. And this will be my conclusion. We will be able to start the in silico trial phase really soon using this platform, and which will be the main activity for next year. So if you want, you are interested in the topic and you like to have further information on Syncardo tests and opportunities, just don't hesitate to contact us. And this is my conclusion.
Very much, Elaine, for such an interesting talk. So we have some time for questions. Are there any questions? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm actually plenty of questions. I'll keep them for later. Yeah, sure. I just wanted to understand okay, so these in silico trials, they use like digital virtual twins and things like that. And I wanted to understand how they, if they can actually arrive to substitute the phase 1, 2, and 3 sometimes, and in the terms of FDA approval, if it's actually something that can be one day, or it's like a phase 0 before phase 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, neither the first nor the second. I can speak louder. I'm Italian. I speak loud.
Okay.
I don't think that at some point in silico trials will totally substitute clinical trials, because we need the experimental data, and clinical trials remain something that is really needed to assess the efficacy and the safety of the drug on real patients. I don't think that at some point we will substitute them completely. When I talked about replace partially clinical trials. I was mostly referred to the possibility of, for instance, replace an arm in the trial. I didn't show it, but there is another interesting work on HIV, where 2 kind of treatment were proposed in 2 different, several. You can have several treatment arms in a trial, for instance, so testing different kind of approaches, therapeutic approaches, and we can ask ourselves, what about combining the 2 therapies, so starting with one and then go on with another one, and if we are able to actually understand the dynamics that one therapy and the other one has on the patient, then the third arm where the 2 therapies are combined can be simulated, for instance. This is what I am meaning with replacing. I'm not meaning that we can actually totally avoid to have a clinical trial. But this is not a phase 0 either, because depending on the question of interest that you want to address, in silico trial can be either in something supporting the transfer from the preclinical to phase 1. It can be during the different phases. It can be also for designing late stage trials. So it's not, and it can be also for post-marketing monitoring, for instance, because we can have the power of predicting longer follow-ups given the data that we have, the available data. So it's not a phase 0 in the sense that we cannot locate it here necessarily before the trial or in the middle or at the end, because it depends on what we want to do with the model.
Thank you. Any more questions? Yeah.
Thank you. So I just had a question as far as validation and verification of the trials. So if we envision in silico trials being used by, say, companies that maybe have incentives to get their drug advanced through the pipeline, are there tools in validation to kind of, let's say, make sure that the choices for the simulation or the sort of thing haven't been chosen to be too friendly towards the drug or the intervention?
Okay, this is, I guess, part of the work which is done also through the Abyssinian Alliance, for instance, that really is meant to have something, a roadmap which is clear and effective in order to really be able to give credibility to the in silico trial that we are proposing. So validation is done at different levels. There is a validation with respect to the data, but also you have to validate your model. So you have to be able to provide an estimation of which are the different sources of variability in your model, the sources of error, which then comes from the model itself, of course, because okay, this is not also the also in silico trials have the drawbacks, of course, and that comes also from the tool that you are using for computer simulation. So you have to be able to provide all these points in order to give credibility on what you are presenting. And this is one of the scope of this association that I talked about before.
Thank you.
Thanks. More questions? Any questions from the chat?
Okay.
Very one general question. So,
Yeah.
and this is being me very often. Do we already have an example of some drug where these in silico trials have been already used and have been helpful?
You can find, sure.
Okay.
And there is some example also then the fact that you demonstrated something for in silico trial turns into a real clinical trial to check if what was predicted is actually what we can observe. So sure. It's not just words and blah blah.
Okay.
Sometimes it can be also. I'm not sure saying that everything is perfect and everything is working.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lee. So if you have no more questions,
I think
I'd like okay. So thank you very much, Lee. So now we have one of our project managers who's going to say a few words. So I would like to welcome Sylvia. Stage. And also Arya. Thank you, Sophie. Sorry, I have to not turn it down.
So, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for being here, to the invited speaker, for participants from on-site and also online. We are the two project managers of the Boost Your Career co-fund project, the third program, and as you can see, the Doctoriales event 2022 is within the project Boost Your Career. So only to give you a few words about the project to understand the context. So you can see, you can select the first slide, thank you. So what is the Boost Your Career program is a program, a co-fund program supported by the European Commission, funded under the Marie Skłodowska-Curie Action co-fund. It's also supported by the Conseil Régional de Sud-Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur and the UCA IEDEX TIDAI. So the objective of this program was to implement an innovative and excellent doctoral research training at UCA, University Côte d'Azur, and the selected topic was the e-health. So our doctoral PhD students work on e-health thematics. And the number of grants was 15. Now we have 14 PhD students, and the duration of the doctoral project is 32 months. The scholarship will cover a period of 3 years and in 6 months in international mobility in segment with international partners. Here you can find some information about gender balance. So I think that we are more or less well, so we have more or less the same number of PhD students, male and female, and we have also some nationalities because all PhD students are from abroad. So we have 2 PhD students from Iran, Thailand, Vietnam, or Italy, North Macedonia. So we are very happy to work with all these PhD international students. And in order to give you also some information about the arrival, so they arrived in 2 cohorts. The first cohort arrived in November 2019. It was the beginning of the project, and the second cohort, due to COVID pandemic, arrived from September 2020 until January 2021. I left the floor to my colleague, Ralph Vignon. I'm European Project Manager for Administrative and Financial Aspects, and Aurea is Project Manager for Doctoral Training and Career Development. Thank you so much.
Okay, so some of you know that I had COVID last week, but the good news, I'm not contagious anymore. So I'm here for your event today. So what boosts your career? I think that most of you are already in the program. So you quite really know well the program Boost Your Career. But for the others, it's a very specific doctoral program, which is quite different of the ones that we are used to follow at University Côte d'Azur. The fellows all went through a very selective process to be recruited here in this program. And I think we received around 300 to 400 applications for this program. And at the end, we selected only 14. So this is really an excellent program with more training. So we are very demanding to our fellows. And there are really follow-up, which is also more important than usual, with 2 supervisors from 2 different disciplines, because all the programs are interdisciplinary. And they also have a tutor from academia and a mentor from the non-academic sector. So this, they will maybe testify about this, how it works, and let them discuss with you during the networking sessions. And they also have more follow-up committee meetings. Usually at University Côte d'Azur, there is 3 follow-up committee meetings. But for Boost Your Career program, we add 1 more meeting, which is at the beginning of the program, just to try to anticipate for the best what will be done during the program, and also to prepare the career. So here is the Create Your Future Pathway, the different stage of the doctoral program. They have 135 hours of trainings, which is quite a lot. Usually at University Côte d'Azur, it's 90 hours of training, and now it's quite more important. They also have a 6-month secondment in an international laboratory. So this is really a great experience for them, because not all the PhD candidates have the opportunity to go in a secondment for 6 months with an international partner. So I think this is really a good experience for PhD candidates. So yeah, we are organizing some trainings and workshops about e-health. And we have a website with all the information about this program. So if you're interested and you want to know more also about the fellows. You can find here more information. Also about tutorials. You should have the link already. Okay, so that's us. So I'm in charge of the training career development. And so as you saw, Sylvia and I are both pregnant. So we will have to leave in August, but there is François. François here. He will be able to replace us during our leaves. So no worries, you will not be alone. Okay, thank you.
Now we have a coffee break till I think 11:30. So see you guys after. So I think the coffee is upstairs. There are some machines. You can ask later at the back.
It's in a room upstairs.
Oh,
So
okay.
there's some things to eat. Some drinks.
Okay, so I think Harry will guide you to the room where there is food and coffee. Sorry.
We will wait maybe 1 minute more and use that.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yes. And so I guess now everyone is back from the coffee break, and we can go on with our next speaker, the third one for this morning, which is Tan Nguyen Nguyen, who is currently working in the biomechanics laboratory in Central Lille Institute in France. He received his engineering degree in electrical electronic engineering from Ho Chi Minh University of Technology and Education in Vietnam in 2012, and a master's degree in electronic engineering from the same university in 2015. He did his PhD in biomechanics and bioengineering laboratory at Université de Compiègne in France. And his current research interest is rehabilitation engineering. So today he is going to talk to us about facial mimic rehabilitation. So Tanyu, if you can hear me, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much for your invitation to come here to present my previous work. I'm sorry not coming there for direct speaking because of my health condition, but I hope this presentation will help you understand more about the BXT life. Here is the example of my BXT life. My name is Tan Nguyen Nguyen. I'm from Central Link University and University of Technology of Compiègne, France. First, I would like to introduce you my biography so that you can have the overview of one PhD life like me. I graduated in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam as electronic engineering, and I studied the master degree here. My expert in computer vision and point cloud processing in 3-dimension spaces for robotic. I would like to apply the knowledge to health care technology. So I decided to take the BXT thesis in University of Technology of Compiègne, France. My research topic relating to facial mimic rehabilitation. After graduating, I took a postdoc researching in Normandy University. The researching topic is analyze the gaze behavior in sport climbing. During the time of this postdoc, I have the information that my PhD thesis has been funded as a startup project. So I stopped the postdoc in Normandy and come to Central Link University to redevelop my previous system and will be available for commercialization at the end of this year. Here I will present my previous topic. First, I would like to present the clinical context of this project. You see, the facial mimic is very important to both professional and personal life, and the facial palsy negatively affect the life of the involved patient. One of the most typical reason of the facial palsy is the post-facial transplant throughout the world from 2005 to 2015. There were approximately 19 to 59 37 cases of the facial transplant, and the ages from 19 to 59 years old, and most of them was men. And the recovering progress of the facial mimic is very complex and need the long-term treatment. In particular, with the sensory nerve, with the help the patient can feel hot, painful, and cold, need only 3 to 8 months to be recovered. However, the motor nerve, which help the patient can smile, kiss, or moving the lip, need from 2 to 8 years to be recovered. So they need to be taken into the rehabilitation to rehabilitate their facial mimic. So there is a lot of needs and challenges for this rehabilitation. The current rehabilitation have numerous drawbacks. Here are the 3 main drawbacks. The first is the lack of enhanced visual feedback. We currently cannot estimate the deep information during the facial mimic for providing the biofeedback to supervise the development progress. Moreover, they lack of internal biofeedback. For example, the muscle strains to analyze and diagnose the facial mimic in deeper information. And we lack of efficient rehabilitation solutions. During the long term of rehabilitation of the facial mimic, the patient tend to lack the motivation during the long-term training. So we need a more efficient rehabilitation so that to enhance the cognitive effects of the involved patient. So we would like to develop a clinical decision support system for facial mimic rehabilitation. To help you understand more clearly about the system function, I will present to you a use case scenario. The system includes a meta head model. The model can animate according to the facial mimic of the subject. Moreover, the internal structure of the muscle can be simulated and estimate the muscle strain during the facial movement, and we will compare with the target muscle strain for evaluation. In the side of clinician, he or she can use their facial mimic to propose the rehabilitation exercises, and the clinician and the patient will take the rehabilitation exercises and have the feedback to the clinician to supervise the development progresses. The first requirement of the system is the geometrical modeling. In the system, we use the Kinect sensor version 2 and the SDK of the Kinect sensor to estimate multiple sources of information, including the head position orientation, high definition facial point, and face images. We combine all of them together using the concept of system to unify into a more powerful and multifunctional system. And we can use this meta head model to analyze and diagnose the facial mimic during the rehabilitation. Here are the overall processing procedure of the geometrical modeling. In particular, in the Kinect sensor, we capture all the information of the head orientation, head position, facial point in 3 dimensions, and color image of the face and their facial point in 2 dimensions. We pass through a filter to filter out the noises. And the first task is to generate the subject-specific head model. From the three-dimension point of the face, we used a phi transform to transform a template head model to show that the facial point of this template head fit with the three-dimension point of the subject-specific facial point. And we have the subject-specific head model, and we replace the facial point on this generated model by the subject-specific face point to generate the subject-specific head model or heat mesh. And for the texture, we use the color images to capture the left, right, and front. And we use the facial point to generate the texture coordinate. When we deform to the texture coordinates, we have the deformed images, and we merge all of them together to form the texture images. And now we have the texture and the generated head mesh, and we can animate using this novel concept. With the generated head model, we can use the current position and orientation of the head to estimate the rigid transform, to transform the generated head to the current position of the subject. And then we replace the vertices of this mesh to the rigid head model to form a rigid and non-rigid face model and head model. With the generated head and texture, we can render in real time using the graphical processing unit in a computer screen in real time. And the second requirement is skull and muscle network modeling. We first generate the skull from the head model using the statistical shape modeling. After generating the head and skull, we estimate the muscle network by dividing the muscle insertion point and muscle attachment point on the skull. In particular, here is the overall process of the skull and muscle network modeling. The first I have explained to you, it is the connect to head process. Estimate the real-time animation of the head and the texture. After having the head, we generate the skull based on the generated head. To do that, I use the CT images dataset of 209 head and neck CT database. I reconstructed into 209 head and skull model, and then I post-process to keep only the head region and the skull region. And after that, I register all head and skull into the same coordinate system. And here, the difference, only the shape. I modeling the shape distribution using the partial least square regression method. It is a statistical method of PCA modeling, and estimate the relation between the input is the head shape and the output is the skull shape. After training using the data set, we have the model coefficient matrix. Given the new head generated by our previous system, we can estimate the skull shape, and we can generate the skull model by deform the template skull model so that its shape will fit with the generated skull shape. After having the skull and the head, we generate the muscle network. We base on the standard muscle anatomic structure, and we define the muscle attachment point and muscle insertion point. And because the facial structure of the head and skull is stable during the animation, we can estimate the muscle strain during the animation of the facial mimic. Consequently, based on the external motion of the head model, we can estimate the internal motion of the skull and the muscle network. Here is the accuracy of our method. We test the method with 2 healthy subjects and 2 facial palsy patients in the Chu Amiens hospital. Here is the accuracy of the generated head. We can see that the smallest mean error is 1.98 millimeter for the healthy subject 2, and the worst error is 6.49 millimeter for patient 1. The red one is the smallest error, and the green one is the max error. You can see that most error focus on the back of the head model and some small region in the left and right and in the mouth region. And this error will affect the error of the school generation. When we estimate the school inside the head, the error of the healthy subject 1 is the smallest and the patient 1 is largest, because the effect, we only measure the upper part and we only estimate the accuracy of the front, and this will affect the accuracy of the school generation. Moreover, you can see that most errors are smallest in the facial region. And when we focus only in the facial region, the error is smaller. The best error is 1.53 millimeter for the head, and the best error for the school is 2.82 millimeter. And the worst error for the patient 1 still the most of 2.81 millimeter for the head generation, and for the school generation is for the patient 2.
Sorry, Tan, excuse me. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
No. So I think we have a connection problem. Can you reply if you hear me? Tan?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. So we have a small connection problem. So we missed the
From
last...
which slide you want me to begin?
So we saw the slides, but we lost the audio for 1 minute, let's say.
Okay, should I talk from this?
Yes, the last slide. You can repeat your speech.
Yeah, here is the error of the head and school generation of the 2 healthy subject and 2 facial participation. And we can see that the error of the healthy subject is better because they have the geometry better than the patient. And the best error for the healthy subject 2 is 1.98 millimeter. And for the school generation, the healthy subject 1 is the best. But for the patient 1, the error is 6.49 millimeter. And the error of the school generation also the most. You can see that the error of the school generation depend on the error of the head generation. And we can see on the color distance map, we can see in the red color is the minimum error, mostly located on the facial region. So we can estimate the best accuracy in the facial region. And also in the school, we can see the most accuracy in the school of the facial region. And here is the error in the facial region, even smaller the error of the whole head and school. We can see the best error is 1.53 millimeter for the healthy subject 1, and for the healthy subject 1 for the school generation, it is 2.82 millimeter. And for the patient 1, he is still have the most error for the head and school generation in the facial mimic. Here is the animation result when we combine all the function together into one system. Our system can have multiple visualization mode. The first is animated head model without texture, and we can estimate the internal structure and muscle network movement during the external movement. We can visualize the facial point, head with the face texture, and only school and muscle network for muscle analyzing and diagnosing. And we can also visualize some standard facial point of MBEC4. During the animation of the external, we can compute the internal muscle strain, and we can visualize in real time. Moreover, we develop series game for enhancing the rehabilitation exercises. When you play the game, the patient will not feel boring anymore when taking a long term of training. They do not recognize that they are training, but they are playing. So this will enhance the connective effect of the rehabilitation process. This is the first game I designed. In the first game, we try to smile and kiss. During playing the game, we try to reduce the size of the ball to pass through a ring or to explore it. During playing the game, we can train the muscle of left and right zygomaticus major and minor. And during playing the game, we can analyze the facial mimic and internal muscle strain, and we can supervise the development progress. Here is the second game I developed for more accurate and more difficult training. We try to control the left and right zygomaticus major and minor to balance the ball on the other side. This should be very accurate to do that. So it will be used for the more difficulty level and more difficulty skill. When I combine all of them together into a system, here is a system demo of my developed previous system. First, when a new patient, he or she will generate a subject-specific head. Try to rotate the up, down, left, and right to capture the subject-specific information. When we rotate, we generate the head and skull inside. And moreover, the muscle network. Now we generate a texture. We rotate left, right, and front to capture left, right, and front model. And after generation, we can visualize the head with different visualization mode. The total generation time is only 40 seconds. And after that, we can animate with different visualization mode. And we can visualize the external mimic during the animation. Moreover, we can analyze the muscle strain and other information for facial pansy grading. And we can estimate the symmetry between the left and right, just in case for the facial pansy patient do not have the symmetry apparent in his or her faces. And now we play the game. During the game system, we have the game information to record the history of the playing. And the clinician will choose a suitable parameter so that the patient can follow the game difficulty. We try to reduce the size of the ball to kiss the ring. And we have the limit time and the target. When reaching the target, we have the game result. And here is the second game. Now we choose the game history and the game difficulty and start the game. So that is suitable with the patient ability. And now we start to balance the left or right ball. And we have the balance time to decide the patient will be bonus or not. And after play, we have the game result. The clinician will visualize the game result and see the development progress based on the game result. Moreover, during playing the game, the clinician can visualize the result of the muscle strain and facial mimic for later diagnosis of the facial pansy. For the contribution, the previous project had two main contribution. For the academic, we have 4 journal paper, and this project presented in 3 international conferences, and we have 2 clinical demo in through Amiens and through Marseille, and we have positive feedback to the clinician. And for the entrepreneur, we have 1 patent software for this system, and we have funded by Salutech and UTC for the startup project started on the January of this year. And I'm working for this project. I hope after the end of this year, the whole system will be finished and ready for commercialization. We will begin the startup process at the beginning of next year. Thank you very much for your concentration. And now it's the time for you to asking me more questions to explain to you more.
Thank you very much, Tan, for your very exciting presentation. It's very nice that the research can turn into a startup, actually. So, do we have some questions from the audience? Okay, Arnaldo.
So thank you for your talk. It was very nice, and I'm happy to see the applications of this project. So my question was like, I saw you are using RGBD Kinet cameras, right? So can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear. I'm showing.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So you are using only one Kinet camera for collecting the data about the shape of the face and things like that? Do you consider the noise in the depth map of the RGBD cameras because they have some uncertainty depth noise? So do you consider these things when you are capturing the depth maps?
Previously, I used only one Kinect, and you can see that I capture all information, and I go to the filter to filter the noises. It comes from the high frequency noise, so I use the low pass filter. Currently, I develop another version of the system. I do not use the Kinect anymore because it's currently not supported by the Microsoft, so it stopped working now. So I replaced the Kinect by the other sensor. I cannot talk in more detail because it's relating to the copyright license of the Star project. But currently, I'm working to enhance the accuracy of the depth and try to replace the Kinect by another powerful sensor.
Yes, because I also use Kinet, and there is a lot of noise in the depth measurement.
It is over nearly 5 years ago. The result is public 5 years more. So now the technology enhanced, so I will replace this Kinect by more powerful sensor.
Okay, that was my first question, and then second one is like you are using template-based model to align the face features and also the skeleton and the muscles, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So have you decided to use deep learning-based approaches for this type of thing? To make it personalized for that person instead of using some template model.
Currently, our system only visualize the muscle strain in real time. Just visualize and show the information. We haven't got a diagnosis based on the time serial data yet, but currently we are developing this function. Your question also the comment from the clinician. They want me to develop the function to automatically diagnose instead of showing the information.
Yes, or I was asking also for creating the face. You are using a model and then fitting all the points in the face to the template model, right? To create the avatar, or how you call it, I don't know. Yeah, so you can also use deep learning directly to create the face or the model of the person, right?
Currently, I use the statistical shape modeling and to predict the internal muscle and skull. And I have 2 more papers to enhance this method. It is very classical and non-accuracy. So I enhance using the region of interest-based method and deep learning to predict the skull and muscle. And you can read in my scholar to read more paper about this topic. We are the first guy in the world to predict the skull based on the head. We can read the serial of paper to see more detail about the method.
Thank you for your information.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have other questions? Okay. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I also have a question. So if I got it right, you are trying to, you will predict the skull from the shape of the head. Do you have also like some ground truth, maybe by using using the CT scans or other type of medical images where you can actually see the school, and then it will become some sort of like supervised learning where you have the control basically.
Here you can see in the process, we use the CT dataset to reconstruct the head and school model. And based on that, we train the model. We divide 80% of training and 20% of testing. And we have the accuracy of head and school prediction. School prediction from the head. You can read in detail of my paper about the head to school prediction to help the accuracy of this prediction based on the CT data set. Moreover, I will ask more information about the number of data. First, I published the first paper relating to this topic, 200 subjects. The second, I increased the number to 300. Now I will increase the number into 1,000. I'm getting the data of the full body CT scan to do more in this topic.
Okay, cool. So in that database, you both have the school and the head.
Yeah. I reconstruct using the open source slicer to reconstruct the 3D model from the CT scan.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions?
Thank you very much, Tan, for joining us today online. So now we can move to our next speaker and the last one.
Thank you very much and see you again.
Okay, so before lunch break, we can move to our last speaker, which is Dr. Roger Estrada Tejedor, who is an associate professor at the IQS School of Engineering at Universitat Ramon Llull in Barcelona. Sorry, I probably mispronounced this in Catalan.
That's perfect.
Since the 2020, where he teaches mathematics and molecular design courses. He received his PhD from the same university in 2011 and his master's degree in applied statistics in 2013. His research is focused on computer-aided drug design, mainly applied to muscular dystrophy, oncology, and plant biology. He currently works on implementation of new algorithms based on artificial intelligence and their application in medicinal chemistry. Today, in his talk, which is entitled Thinking Like Humans, the Rise of AI in Drug Design, we will see how we can integrate and apply artificial intelligence in drug discovery. So thank you for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you.
I don't know if you wanted to turn on the light or not.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe we turn on. Yeah. Better. Yeah, better.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for this nice presentation. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to be here and to share with you the next, let's say, 30 minutes to explain or to discuss how artificial intelligence has impact on drug design or drug development in general. As you probably know, excuse me. Drug development is a long and expensive process, as actually you know it from the presentation of Ms. Balali. And but I will focus my attention on the previous stage before the preclinical phases. It was a little afraid when she started the talk, but maybe it fit perfectly. So in drug development, which is a long and expensive process, we can divide this process into different stages. It actually explains the journey that one molecule suffers from the target identification from its approval as a drug. And the first stage is the target identification and the target validation. We have to decide which protein, which cellular component we have to target, we have to block, we have to inhibit to gain a therapeutic effect. In the second stage, we have to design, we have to select which molecules, which drug candidates will be useful in the next steps. And after that, we run for preclinical phases, demonstrating their efficacy, their non-toxicity, before going for clinical trials. And I will go further because you have already talked about it. And finally, after more than 10 years and a global expenditure of more than 1,000 million euros, maybe one of these molecules will reach the market. As you said before, only 10% of the drugs that we suggest and occurs in the clinical trials becomes a drug. This is a very low percentage. So that means that this second stage that we call, excuse me, here it is, the drug design stage is a crucial point for the success of overall process. If you notice, here in this part of the scheme, we reduce dramatically the number of molecules. We go from 1,000 to just 10, 20 compounds to reach the clinical phases. So following the principle that most of the pharma companies apply, the fail early, fail fast, we have to make sure that our drug candidates are the best one. To improve the chances to our drugs to become the drug candidate, become a drug. In this context, we lived a paradigm shift. 20, 30 years ago, most of the drug candidates were selected experimentally using this traditional approach in which we randomly selected our drug candidates. For example, let me to consider that each molecule or every molecule is a color, and in our lab we are able to synthesize 8 different molecules. We synthesize them, and we can be biological tested, and maybe one of these molecules too can be active. But we agree that the probability to gain or to obtain a new hit, a new small molecule with biological activity, it's very low if we select this molecule randomly. And it is due to the size of the chemical space. The chemical space includes more than just 8 compounds, but we cannot synthesize all of these drug candidates. We don't have enough resources to synthesize all these colors that we have here. But we can easily draw these molecules into a computer system. We can integrate, we can draw the molecule, we can codify mathematically these molecules and include and generate some prediction models to assess the activity of these drug candidates, or to assess the binding affinity if we know their receptor. We can use molecular modeling techniques to put together in a virtual scenario the ligands of the small molecules and the proteins, and to predict the binding affinity. Using these prediction models that are basically mathematical models, we can improve the chances to select the best candidates. For example, some years ago, Pharmacia, or nowadays is Pfizer, tried to design new tyrosine phosphatase 1b inhibitors, following 2 approaches. On the one hand, they used the traditional approach. They synthesized and tested more than 400,000 compounds. This is brute force. They synthesized all of them. And using the high throughput screening, they identify 85, let me say just 85 active compounds with an IC50 below 100 micromolar. Well, the best candidate was one with an IC50 around 4 micromolar. Well, that's a good result. But if we check the overall process, that means a 0.02% of hit rate, because they identify 85 molecules out of 400,000. It's very low. But they compared this strategy with a rational selection using computer-aided drug design methods. And in this case, they use around 200,000 commercially available compounds, let's say, to perform a repurposing campaign, and applying a structure-based drug design methods, which correspond to one specific methodologies in molecular design. They identify 365 molecules suggested by molecular docking. What the authors performed in this study was put together or predicting the binding affinity of all these 200,000 molecules by putting together with their receptor. They predict the binding affinity and identify these 300 molecules as potential candidates. They synthesize only 300 candidates, and out of these, only. And finally, they obtain or they identify around 100 active compounds, defining the same threshold as before. And the best candidates had a better IC50 than the previous approach. That represents a hit rate of nearly 35%, which is a good improvement in contrast to the traditional approach. This is what we expect when we introduce the computer-aided drug design into the drug development, specifically when we talk about the drug design process or stage. And nowadays, these prediction models are mainly based on artificial intelligence. And here is where the artificial intelligence can help us to design new drug candidates. And it is not something related only or useful for universities. All pharma companies, Bayer, Merck, GSK, Pfizer, Sanofi, all of them has integrated the artificial intelligence or the machine learning or cloud computing into their pipeline. But the question is, how can we do to make these guys think like a human? Because we expect from them to take decisions, to classify molecules, to predict the binding affinities or predict the activity of compounds. And it's a way of thinking. Most of the techniques that we have currently available and most of or several artificial intelligence methods were originally based on artificial neural networks. In artificial neural networks, we try to mimic the behavior of the human brain. Here you can see how neurons are distributed and interconnected in the human brain. And if we consider that each neuron corresponds to a processing unit, we can identify these units and their connections. And then we can rearrange this scheme, these connections, into a mathematical model. So an artificial neural network is basically a model that we can give an input vector, in most cases a numerical vector, we transmit and we process this information and we get an output. Here, in broad terms, we will always identify an input layer in an artificial neural network, which is the layer that receives the input vector, a hidden layer, which is responsible for the nonlinear behavior of artificial neural networks, and finally, an output layer in which we obtain the result. It depends on the context. Well, depending on the context, this input vector and the output would be different. For example, we can use the artificial neural network for image recognition, and the previous talk has been a good example. In this case, we can train our artificial neural network to recognize numbers. The input vector would be an image in which every pixel corresponds to 1 or 0, depending if we write on it or not. And this is our input layer. Each pixel corresponds to one neuron, and all the neurons are interconnected to the next layer. We can train and validate these models to make possible the recognition of these numbers. But in our case, in the health or life sciences, we can think about another example. Here you have the comparison of, or the classification of a tumor tissue for diagnosis. On your left hand, you can see the annotation of a pathologist. Given a sample, a tumor sample, he or she identify the different regions. On your right hand, you can see the classification that a deep neural network conduct for the same sample. They are not similar, are the same. So a well-trained, in this case, an artificial neural network using a deep learning, were able to identify the same regions that a professional of this field performed. So that's amazing. But we can use for the image recognition, even for the classification and regression of molecular data. Following the example of drug design, we can codify our molecules into numerical vectors using so-called the molecular descriptors. Each molecule has a molecular weight, some molecular features, for instance, log P, the number of carbon atoms, and so on. If we use these molecular features to qualify them numerically, we can use this numerical vector as an input for an artificial intelligence algorithm. Here, based on artificial neural network, we can think about other approaches. With this scheme, we can, for example, predict the drug resistance in several diseases. Here you have the example of a self-organizing map to able to classify drugs into ABC transporter substrates. One of the possible drug resistant mechanism is based on the ABC transporters, probably you know better than me, in which these kind of proteins recognize the small molecule, our ligand, and take out the cell, this small molecule. So we cannot reach the therapeutical effect. In this case, we train the neural network with different substrates of this PGP, RMP1, and so on, different ABC transporters, and molecules that are not substrate. The result was this bidimensional space, this bidimensional grid, in which each position corresponds to one output neuron. If our molecule falls into this red zone here corresponding to a non-substrate, we can feel confident that our molecule won't be recognized by this kind of proteins. If our molecule falls into the PGP region, maybe this protein will recognize our small molecule, our drug candidate, and will be the reason by the drug resistance. So we can use these artificial neural networks for classification or to predict quantitatively the activity of our drug candidates. Here we have another example of the validation of a prediction or regression model, in which we try to identify or design new inhibitors for the reverse transcriptase in HIV virus. In this case, our input layer was again a molecular descriptors, actually was the principal component applied on this space for the space reduction, and the output was directly the activity, the biological activity of these compounds. So we can use these kind of methods to predict activity or to reduce or to optimize the admit properties. In this case, the metabolism or the drug resistance process. And finally, I would like to spend these last 10 minutes to explain to you one case study that we conducted I don't know why this. Thank you. In our lab, some years ago, we start to design new inhibitors to use for non-small cell lung cancer. As you know, well, no, because you come from different expertises, but maybe you know better than me. In non-small cell lung cancer, there's one receptor which corresponds to a protein kinase, is the EGFR, the epithelial growth factor receptor, which plays a pivotal role in non-small cell lung cancer. It is overexpressed in most cases, and it induces an upregulation of two main pathways related to proliferation and cell migration. We want to inhibit this receptor by designing new tyrosine kinase inhibitors, a reversible tyrosine kinase inhibitors. And for this reason, and since we don't have any previous information, we try to combine the information coming from literature, combining the known inhibitors reported in literature, and the new drug candidate that we were able to obtain and to synthesize in our lab. We translate this information into a computer system using the molecular descriptors, and we apply this self-organizing map, which corresponds to artificial neural network with an unsupervised learning, to see how these molecules are projected into this bidimensional grid. The result was that originally we were able to obtain a total number of candidates of greater than 40,000 small molecules. And we reduced these 45,000 candidates to just 60. We see that all the molecules, the active molecules reported in literature without any supervised training, they fall into the same region of this self-organizing map. Well, here we have some other examples, but mainly in this region. So if we don't have any previous information from our part, our first approach was to select all the compounds surrounding this area. And this was the main or the best candidate reported in literature with lower IC50. So we identify our hit, the closest point to the best candidate reported in literature. Here we assume that similar molecules will have similar biological activity. And following the Majordan-Johnson principle. And with this hit, we combine this algorithm, these mathematical algorithms, with structure-based drug design, which comes from the molecular modeling part. We take this hit and we analyze, we predict the binding mechanism of this compound inside the EGFR receptor. But not only with the wild type protein, but also including other mutations. This is why, or this is because there has been reported some activating mutations are related to drug resistance, and we want to obtain a good drug able to inhibit the activity of this protein and their mutants. So we predict the binding affinity with the wild type and the mutated protein, and then we follow a hit-to-lead process. We modify the chemical structure of our molecule to fit the active site of this protein. As you can see here in this diagram, we evinced that there was a part of the binding site that we can modify without compromising the affinity of our compound. And after some modification, we obtain our last hit with 0.6 micromolar of IC50. We continued the study of this compound will continue, and our collaborators identify a significant anti-tumor activity in preclinical models. So that demonstrate that this approach was useful in order to identify some small molecules with biological activity. Apart from this, we can use these structure-based or these artificial intelligence methods not only to define or to predict the affinity against one receptor, we can use them to predict the activity against different receptors. Here you can see the EGFR that I have previously commented, but another way to describe the drug resistance is due to upregulator of secondary pathways. For example, if we inhibit the EGFR using aglutinib, another pathway, for example, in MET, can be upregulated to balance this inhibition. So we can also use these artificial neural networks for multi-targeting purposes and to design dual inhibitors, for instance. Here you have the example of the design of new dual inhibitors involving a fibroblast growth factor receptor and insulin growth factor receptor. We train this kind of artificial intelligence methods using the data coming from literature, and then we select using a multi-objective algorithm the molecules that can be inhibitors for both receptors. And here you have the results that we have obtained of different compounds. We have the different compounds in columns, and the yellow colored cells means that we are reducing significantly the activity of this receptor. So following these algorithms, we can identify not pan inhibitors, but multi-targeting inhibitors. Well, with this presentation, my objective has been to make an overview of how artificial intelligence can be useful for the drug development, focused on the drug design process. And I would like to finish the presentation without mentioning our research group and, of course, all the institutions that support our research. And thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, so thank you very much for your speech today. Do we have any questions from the audience? Please don't be shy. Okay.
Yes, general question. Just from what I followed on artificial intelligence that applied to pharma companies, all the structures, most of the structures that were generated by artificial intelligence and that got to the clinical trials were similar to the ones that were already patented. So they were trying to search for the workaround around similar structures already identified for this particular target, and then apply medicinal chemistry into synthesis and everything. I'm not aware of anything that was identified for the de novo structures. Is there anything done already on this and new structures that were generated by AI and went to clinical trials already?
There's a lot of efforts to there's a lot of efforts in going in this direction to give the receptor, for instance, I want to target the receptor and inhibit their activity or its activity and make a guess. And I can go to the computer, include all the information and obtain a result. This de novo design is possible, and there's some algorithms try to obtain this, but nowadays it's not so easy. You can obtain using artificial intelligence some approach about the molecular structure, but then you have to study the interaction mechanism, or you have to refine the results. But it is possible, and there's a lot of efforts in this direction.
I can
Okay, at least everybody can. Yeah.
Thanks. So this is maybe far from it is far from early stage, but there is always a problem of toxicology, and AI has generated a lot of nice drug candidates, better than humans, maybe more efficient. But then for the toxicology, as far as I know, it's still a big problem. Are there any coming solutions for that to use AI to use the available data on the toxicity to make better predictions in this?
Yeah.
Yes,
Slide. Yeah, I think slide number 8. Yes, after that. Yes, first, thank you. Here I mentioned, the application of these algorithms to predict the activity, but we can use the same algorithms to predict a molecular theater or the toxicology or the toxicity of this molecule. So before going to preclinical phases, nowadays we use these methods to predict the activity or the affinity for the target and the ADMET properties, including the toxicity. So instead of using a regression or to apply a regression algorithm to predict the binding affinity or activity, we can use the same algorithms to predict the toxicity. But the problem is that you have to use a very good training set, or even better, a good validation set. You have to validate your method and try to not to extrapolate it when you screen your molecules. In most cases, or the problem is you use a specific training set with one very specific scaffold, and then you want to predict the toxicity of another scaffold when you are extrapolating, and this is the difficulty.
I had actually one question, which is a little bit related to the first one that Irina asked. Was so when you identified your compounds for the growth factor, you identified a hit compound at some point in the slides. I think it was in the next one. Next one here. So you identified a hit, and I was wondering.
Excuse me, my fault. Next one.
No, it's fine. Which was there near the most active compounds or near the red square. Yes, exactly. So I was wondering how different this structure was actually from the ones that are known to be active.
With the reference compound.
Yes. How similar the structure, the molecular structure was.
The reference, I'm not wrong, was afitinib in this case. They share more or less the scaffold, but nothing else.
Okay.
So the good thing of this scheme is that we compare the similarity between two molecules, but not from the structural point of view. We compare the two molecules into molecular theater space.
So it's much better than a, let's say, pharmacophore-based method, or
yeah, it could be complementary.
Okay.
We can use the pharmacophore-based method to place, for instance, our molecule into the target and to see if we can fit or not with this new molecule. But here in this case, instead of using the pharmacophore keys, we use a more general description of the molecule.
I see. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Other questions?
So you found these compounds that can inhibit multiple receptors and so on. So these multiple receptors, like against the same drugs or in different drugs. Like I'm thinking about the cross-drug interactions. So maybe the compounds works for certain drugs, but there can be like some trade-offs and it become more resistance against other drugs. So do you also think about that?
That's a very good question, because 5 years ago, we was focused on only one target. Now we are shifting to a multi-target optimization. But the fact to predict how one molecule interferes with another one, but with all the pathways, mathematical pathways, is something that more related to system biology. So in our research or in our research group, we are only focused on the small molecule protein interaction.
Yeah, so basically, because you have some data for this antifungal resistance, so you can see like, okay, some they're sensitive to certain drugs or the entire drug classes, but then at the same time they were resistant to the other ones.
Yeah, and this is a very interesting field. Actually, we will have to include this and integrate this discussion after the discovery or the design of new drug. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions? Don't be shy, we are running early.
Yeah, so I'm not expert on any of the chemistry of things. I'm just as a perspective from a AI or deep learning, something like that. So you were showing examples where you were selecting the active compounds from different compounds. So these are like self-supervised, or you train these models before using some other data sets or some.
In this case, we use an unsupervised algorithm, but for the prediction of the activity, we use supervised algorithm. So we need a good training set, following the same as I said before, to use some compounds coming from literature that includes in some way the same molecular features as our molecules. We generate the model, and we have to make sure that to validate this model.
Yeah, because I think there is a lot of like these other compounds from literature, they have to be in the same kind of sets which you are trying to predict. Like they should have same type of data or same type of chemicals, right?
Yeah. Actually, what we well, there exist different. Can I go? No, at the end.
Yeah.
The last one here. Thank you. There's some databases in which we have the molecular structure and some activity value, and we always based our methods on this information.
Okay. And do you need a lot amount of data, or it's like?
Yeah. Ideally, we need a lot of data, but we try to move. For example, for oncogenic
cancers.
For cancer, there's a lot of information.
Yeah.
If we go to rare diseases, then maybe we have a training set of 20 molecules. More.
Yeah, that's the problem also with the other data sets when you go to the human related data sets and things like that.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. This was a very nice presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for a very nice talk.
Thanks to you.
So I guess we can now have lunch.
We'll check
if it's ready, because we are
might be
early.
another 15 minutes or so.
Okay, which is little.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so for you, the lunch upstairs.
So LV
All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. So our next speaker, Hervé Dulanger, is a research director at INRIA, a scientific director at the Université Côte d'Azur, and a member of the board of the MICAI Society. He also holds a chair at the French Artificial Intelligence Institute, Croisière Côte d'Azur, and he received his engineering and PhD degrees from École Centrale Paris, and he was a visiting scientist at Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh and the NTT Research Labs in Yokosuka, Japan. His research focuses on various aspects of artificial intelligence in medical imaging analysis, computational physiology, and surgical simulation. Today, we have the pleasure of hearing from him about the registration of dynamic medical images. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay, I need to put it. All right, thank you. So it's my pleasure to be here this afternoon. So I'd like to thank the organizer for this beautiful setting in the heart of Nice, wonderful food, nice atmosphere. So it's a pleasure. After all these years being, giving talks in front of my computer with Zoom, it's really it's a nice idea to set it up as you did it. So this afternoon I will be talking about some aspect of medical image analysis, which is related to image registration in the context of dynamic medical images. So I forgot yes, this helps actually. So my first slide is about what we call dynamic medical images. So these are images that evolve over time. And actually, in what I'm presenting here, you'll see three different examples of dynamic images in the context of cardiac imaging. So you have recognized, I'm sure, the beating heart here from ultrasound. This is a dynamic image from a CT. So this image here is a 2D plus T, so 2D images over time. And this is a three-dimensional images over time. So CT, cardiac CT is the most common modality after cardiac cardiac ultrasound. And finally, maybe a more exotic modality, MRI, magnetic resonance imaging. Well, you also see this is a cine MRI, where you see the left ventricle beating here, and next to the right ventricle, and the dark structure, round structure, is actually your left ventricle, which is a muscle which contracts to inject the blood in the general circulation. So in those dynamic images, the time step between two images is a few milliseconds, but actually the concept of dynamic medical images also applies for longitudinal scans of the same subject over time. This is an example of brain MR scans of patients suffering from Alzheimer's disease, or actually brain disorders. And so you have the same brain, which is scanned every 6 to 1 year. So these are also for the same patient. And so this can also be considered as dynamic images, although the time step here is a matter of months rather than milliseconds. So what are we interested to do with those images? We are interested to first quantify the motion that is observed, and also to characterize this motion by a few indices, usually. And related to that objective is the detection of pathologies. So I will be talking about cardiac pathologies, but you can understand that you could basically, with the same approach, try to sort or detect patients suffering from brain disorders from healthy ones. So detection of pathologies, and finally therapy planning, or patients. I will more focus on patient selection for therapy, which is a type of therapy planning. So these are the type of objective that we will try to pursue on dynamic medical images. And what are the challenges associated to that? The first one is that you want to analyze the motion, but you may have also the signal of the image, of course, the content of the image may be noisy. So this is specifically true for ultrasound images where you have speckle, which blurs the signal of a tissue. But you also have, you may also have other type of motion, like breathing motion, which adds basically complexify the analysis of the cardiac motion, although the period of motion is different. And another challenge to analyze dynamic images is that when you try to track the motion of structures over time, there is the so-called aperture problem, which is well known in computer vision, which means that the analysis of motion will be mostly visible orthogonal to the visible contour. So let's say you have this diamond shape which is moving on the right. You will be able only to, which is uniformly as a uniform texture, and you will be only able to capture the motion at around those visible contours and only orthogonal to the border. So this is called the aperture problem. You basically locally you only see part of the motion. So therefore you need to have a global analysis in order to recover the main global visible motion. So this is the aperture problem. And last but not least of a challenge, this is not the one I was thinking of, but this is that limited data set, but this is well known in medical imaging. The databases are limited to, let's say, a few hundreds usually, and if you're lucky, thousands of images. And therefore, we are far away from the use of AI in computer vision, where we're talking of millions of images, as in the ImageNet database. So we have a limited data set, which means that we are in the small data regime, not in the big data. And finally, this is the one I was trying to reach before, is that we have a lack of ground truth. We don't know, because we are dealing with medical images, there is no ground truth. And this is in opposition to, for instance, the task of outlining image segmentations. When you want to outline a structured image, you have access to some kind of ground truth. So you can ask kindly to your favorite medical doctor to outline some structures in the image. So this can serve as ground truth. But here we are talking about let's say the cardiac images, and we have no idea of a ground truth motion. The only thing to reach some kind of ground truth is to use physical phantom. So this is a commercial physical phantom where you have a motor here, which is moving some, this is, I guess, for breathing motion. This looks like the thorax to me. And so you can use this device in a CT scan and then get an image where you know actually the actual motion, because this is completely engineered by the human, by the company that designed the system. So another type of phantom is a digital phantom. And so this is actually a phantom that we created in our group. So this is an echocardiographic image of a heart, where you see the left ventricle here and the right ventricle. This is a two-chamber view. And this actually motion has been synthesized. This is a joint work with the Philips medical image company. So we have coupled the simulation of ultrasound with a mechanical model, electromechanical model of a heart that is actually used here to generate this synthetic motion. And actually, so in this case, you have a true motion because it has synthesized. And so in this case, you have access to ground truth, but these are the only few examples and very, very few examples of in ultrasound, in CT, and in MRI. So actually, this digital phantom is available on the website of APMT. So these are the 4 challenges. And before entering the meat of a topic, I'd just like to discuss some let's say concepts. So when we are solving a registration problem, we are trying to estimate the transformation T. So it's a mapping of a space from the original, the moving image to the fixed image. So M and F stands for moving and fixed, which maps for this point here in the image, maps the new position in the other image, okay, in the fixed image. And this transformation T is a geometric transformation of space. And this can be, as an example of transformation, it can be a rigid motion. It's made of translation and rotation. So in 3D, this means 6 degrees of freedom. It can be also an affine transform, which is a linear, basically, a translation followed by a linear 3x3 matrix. So it's 12 degrees of freedom. But in the most general case, this is a deformable transformation, meaning that you have, as you see here, straight lines, initial straight lines, now become warped by the transformation. And now the classical way to estimate this transformation, I'm talking about the pre-deep learning days, was to optimize, to find the transformation T by minimizing functional. You can find functional. So the first term here is the similarity term, which means that we want, the main hypothesis is that the intensity after transformation of a point is the same. So that's why you map this point to this point here, because it has the same intensity around this point before and after. So this is the so-called the similarity term, and this is a regularization term in order to make the transform, let's say, plausible, biomechanically speaking. So, but in the approach that I will present, we will go beyond that. So not only we want to estimate a single transformation, but a distribution of transformations. So so we replace the problem of finding one estimate of this transformation by a distribution a posteriori of this transformation knowing the moving and the fixed. So this means that instead of having a single mapping, we will have a whole continuity of mappings, because that will take into account the uncertainty, and the uncertainty actually relies on the ambiguity that I already cited here. You have ambiguity of signal themselves, but ambiguity of the motion tracking, which is again intrinsic to the problem. So this objective of finding a distribution of transformation is fairly new, novel, and most in the literature, you will find the restriction problem being posed usually of only estimating a single transformation. So now, what is a good motion tracking? So what is the metric to measure the amount of success? So the first one is to look at the deformation. So you see here motion tracking of the heart, where you see the grid being deformed, and this looks like a pretty smooth deformation in space and in time. And so this looks like, let's say, a reasonable one. And of course, what you would like to have in addition is to have a prior knowledge of the fact that the heart beats, contracts, and then so contract back and forth. And this, of course, you need to know more about this in order to be able to say whether this is a reasonable motion tracking. So this is the first. The first idea is to look at the deformation field. So the second idea is to say, okay, because we are tracking the motion, now I can do motion compensation, which means that I inverse the motion between each frames. And if my approach succeeds, this would be a static image. So here, so what we would like to have is a still image, still motion, no motion. And so you see some residual motion, but mostly we see that the left ventricle is not moving anymore. You still have a bit of rotation. The right ventricle moves a bit, and you see the changing texture, but this is normal because we have different frames. And so another way to assess the quality of motion tracking is to perform motion compensation, and then to check that you have a still image. And finally, another way is to look at the tracking of some structures. So for instance, here you see the blood pool here, the left ventricle and the right ventricle. So imagine that you have some segmentation that is produced manually. then you can say whether the deformation of the structures matches some expert segmentation. And so this is currently in the literature a widely used metric. But this metric of using expert segmentation has some pitfall. And the pitfall is that those annotations are uncertain. So the reason is that if you ask two cardiologists to outline the left ventricle from the same image, you will get you will get different answers. And even if you ask the same cardiologist before and after, let's say, going to the golf course, as all the cardiologists do, then you will get a different answer too. And another reason for variability is the protocol of annotation. So you need to specify to be very specific and very precise about what is the structure to outline. And so this is an example of variability of annotations of a prostate. So we are moving drastically organ from heart to prostate. So you see here 5 different delineation of a prostate, and you see some large variability. And I must say those experts are all radiologists. So they are reasonably experts. Some are more junior than others, but and they were from the same medical school, so they are trained the same, but still you see some discrepancy between the experts. Of course, here I chose the slice which is mostly where you have most variability. This is an example of variability. So okay, so my point was to say that it's difficult to actually assess the quality of motion tracking, and the main reason is that there is no ground truth. And so we propose 3 surrogate measures for the goodness of tracking, and all of them have some limitations, obviously. So again, what I will present is some research that was done with Siemens Healthineers. So this is basically Siemens Healthcare. They use these very funny names for their healthcare division. And this is a group actually we collaborated with very intensively for many years, and which is located in Princeton in the US. And so the objective is to estimate the deformations between 2 frames in a probabilistic way. And then we also use deep learning, not only because it was a fancy approach, although this helps, but the reason was that actually you got very good performances on restricted domains. So here we demonstrated in cardiac motion, and I think there is no way that the trained algorithms can perform anything else than cardiac motion. But it's okay. It's okay because actually this can be used in clinical practice. The second reason why we use deep learning is that it's a fast inference. So before I worked many years on image restorations, and so it took several minutes or even half an hour to register 2 volumetric images. Nowadays, with deep learning, you have a matter of seconds, and this makes a lot of differences in terms of applications. And finally, and this is the objective of the approach, is that we want to learn a motion or deformation model. And so this is what I will explain, meaning that what I said, we need to have some prior knowledge. And so the objective of this work was to actually gain this prior knowledge of what is the deformation of the heart. And we used a compact representation, a latent representation of this motion that we learn through the deep learning. So the deep learning was not only a way to solve problems, but also because we want to learn, actually, which is a good motivation. Okay, now I jump to the solution that we proposed for this probabilistic model of deformations. I will not go into details, but I will maybe sketch the approach that we propose. So the objective, first of all, the input and output. input, you have a moving and fixed image, volumetric images or 2D. And then you, as the output, you have a deformation field. So as the representation that we are learning is this latent representation, which is represented by an array of dimension, let's say 32. And this is posed as a conditional variational autoencoder, where you from the pair of images, you create this latent representation. And then you use this to generate the deformations. And the very important part of our approach was that we use a conditional autoencoder, meaning that the deformation field relies on the latent code, but also on the moving image as input. This is very important because we want to have a representation of motion which is independent from the original image. So therefore, you need to decode to get the estimation of motion. You need to have not only the code, but also the input image. So, so it's a way to have a representation which is invariant to the appearance model. And so this is basically the main idea of a presentation, is to have a model of motion, which is of motion independent on the image content. So some more, so it's a variational autoencoder. So if you are familiar with that, you know that this is relying on the minimization of the evidence through a bound. So you are using here the similarity term, and this is the Kullback library with the prior knowledge of the distribution. So you want the code here is not only a single value, but it's a distribution. It's actually a Gaussian distribution with diagonal covariance matrix. And so to basically supervise, not unsupervised model, but as the, okay, for this term, with reconstruction loss, we use the similarity criterion, which is in this case LCC, which is stands for, it's basically similarity of intensity. The image the intensity must be similar before and after. And there is also a multi-scale approach in this representation. So in order to get, so as I said, we want to have not only a single deformation, transformation of space, but a whole distribution of it. So how do you generate this distribution? So once you estimate your code, as I said, you not only estimate the mean value, but also a covariance matrix. So you can then sample. It's very easy to sample from a multivariate Gaussian. And then you input the new code here. You have a moving image as input, and then you get the new deformed image, warped image. And you get it multi-scale. So this is also an interesting aspect of this. And you see here the variability of so this is the mean deformation here at the center, and this is the variability because we are sampling this distribution. We get the variable deformation of space, and so here we try to show the variability of the deformations. Of course, at the center is the most likely deformation transformation, but then you get a variability around it. Okay, now some plain results of deformation. So we are actually learning the deformations between cardiac MR images and between two time points. And the time points either have end systole and end diastole. So as you know, the heartbeats. And so you have the two, let's say, two times where the heart is the volume is larger or smaller. This corresponds to so diastole is where it's larger and systole where it's smaller. So we are trying to find the motion between these two time points. And so we are comparing, of course, ourselves with others approach. So this is a method which is non-learning based, Damon algorithm. This is the competitor, which is called voxelmorph. And this is our approach, obviously, which is best, as usual. And so, and here we are showing, so this is the moving and the fixed image. So you see that a lot of contraction here. This is a diseased heart. This is hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, which has a very thick left ventricle. And this is a normal heart. You see that the left ventricle is not as thick and doesn't contract as much. So here you see that this is the moving frame that has been warped, which this is this one. This is the display of a displacement field, and this is also the determinant of Jacobian. This is to check that the deformation is regular. Okay, so this also can be again assessed with in terms of dice. So we have segmented the left ventricle and the right ventricle, and then you can say the overlay between the warped mask and the reference mask. And of course, again, you can see that you can compare the different methods and show that the one that we propose performs reasonably well, and also have the smooth deformations because the gradient determinant is low and a nice intensity overlay as this one. But I think the most important parts is to look at the learned latent representation of motion. So as I said, you are learning this Z code of a dimension of 32, and then you can use this code which encodes the motion between two frames, and then you can see whether you can classify different types of pathologies of the heart, and you can see that there is a it's easy to classify the different pathologies. So you have normal here, you have a right ventricular disease, dilated cardiomyopathy, and so you have actually one normal and 4 diseased hearts. And you can see that if you classify this 32 vector of dimension 32, you can easily have a 83% classification accuracy. So you could use this latent representation as a way to differentiate between different deformation of the hearts. And also what you can do is what we call deformation transport. So we will transport, this is just to show that we are learning a deformation. So let's say this is a healthy subject. This is the left ventricle before contraction and after contraction. So from that we have we have a latent representation. And then we are also doing the same thing between for patients suffering from hypertrophy, HCM is hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. Thank you. Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. It's difficult to say for a French person. So where you see a thick heart contracting, and where you are learning the representation here, ZA. So now if you plug this motion representation on the healthy subject, you will see, so if I go back and forth, so now we are simulating a normal heart undergoing a hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. So you see that it's now thickening a lot and contracting a lot. So we are using this representation and we plug it onto this moving image, and we get a fake or fake motion just by switching the representation code. And so you can do the same thing with dilated cardiomyopathy. In this case, the disease, you have an enlarged left ventricle, and it's contracting very little. And if you are using this code ZB on the healthy subject, that you see you have a barely contraction of this image. So this shows that this representation here is really independent from the input image, since we just switch the input image from this one to this one, and we get something meaningful. So now, and then we extended this work to actually, instead of having images, we extended to time series of images. So now the input is no longer a pair of images, but it's a whole time series of images. So actually, in terms of neural networks, we are having T, capital T, +1 images. So we take the baseline as the first image as baseline, and then we measure the deformations between I0 and I1, I0 and I2, and so on. So therefore, we have T networks in parallel. So we have a share. We have a share of values here, which estimates some first, let's say, a latent variable, which goes through a time convolutional network, and at the end we get a motion matrix instead of having a motion vector. Now this is a matrix, so of size T times 32, and then which goes through a decoder and with share weights, and which outputs the deformation fields, which is used to warp the I0 image. So again, the change in technical terms, we have changed so the latent representation is also a multivariate Gaussian of size 32 times t, and then the covariance matrix, instead of being diagonal, we have used the Gaussian process as a prior. So the covariance actually, instead of being diagonal, is now a bandwidth. It has a limited bandwidth, such that we can take into account correlations between neighboring times. So you don't want the codes here to be independent, because you want to be able to learn the whole motion and not single deformations. So we use also temporal dropout. This is to enforce the continuity in time. And very importantly also, this approach allows for sequences of variable size. So in medical images, when you acquire a time series, there is no standard for the length of time. So usually for cine MRI, it's between 20 to 40. And if you are using echocardiography, it can be also varying lengths. So this approach also does not enforce to have always the value of t to be fixed. And this was very important to be applied on a wide number of cases. Okay, so now for results, so it's also even more difficult to assess quality, but this was trained on 300 cardiac cine MRI, 100 for testing from various data sets. So we compare ourselves with some prior work. Most of them were actually, this was the first work, deep learning based on 3D plus time. So the only competitor were based on let's say, non-learning methods. And so we showed we had a good score also to overlay, so the higher the better here, to overlay the different structure, right ventricle, left ventricle myocardium, and so on. And also we checked that we had a smooth versions of motion. And to basically verify also that we learned the motion, we did some sanity check experiments. So using the cardiac volume over time. So this is the cardiac volume at end diastole. So as I said, this is the time where the left ventricle is filled with blood. And this is the volume at end systole, where you have a full contraction. So, okay, so this is the typical volume of a heart, of a whole cardiac cycle. And then we compared, of course, first of all, the volume curve over time. We saw that we have a very precise estimation of the end systole volume as opposed to other methods. And then what we did was we did some undersampling. So what if instead of having the whole time series, let's say of 30 images, we undersample it? Because we have learned the model, so we should be able to interpolate between frames. So we had several categories. For instance, we took only the first 5 frames. This is the green curve. Or we take every second frames. This is the yellow curve. And all is the dotted line. So you see that even if we take even 2 frames, the first one and the 10th frame, so you have 2 frames, your cardiac motion is summarized by 2 frames, you can interpolate, naturally, the system is able to interpolate the motion vector, if you want, over time. And therefore, we can recover, this is the red curve, we can recover some, let's say, meaningful cardiac cycle. It means that really we have learned some moving specific to the heart. And this is exactly what we wanted to have. And I don't like this this thing here. So it means that there is a okay, maybe you can restart the PowerPoint, I guess. Yeah. This is my the high number of movies was a bit too much. Maybe. Okay. Let's start. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, okay, we can move on. Yes. All right. So next one.
Yeah. Just a moment. That we also share on Zoom.
Yeah, sure. Ah, yes. Comment? 5 ou 10 minutes. Ah, okay. I will speed up. So let's go to the next frame, hopefully. Okay, so now we can do the same trick as before, which is the motion transport. Okay, right. So again, this is a healthy heart beating. This is by DCM, and then if we exchange the motion matrix, you see here a healthy looking heart, but beating like a DCM. And this is DCM looking image, but beating like a normal heart. Again, you see that we can exchange. This again shows that we have a representation of motion, which is very compact and meaningful. Okay, so the application, so this was published in various journals, I think mostly IEEE TMI, and we have actually 5 or 6 patents that was put on this work by Siemens. And so the application of this work is image fusion and motion tracking. So this was already shown, motion compensation. And this could be used also because of the interpolation parts. We can also use it to speed up the acquisition because, and this is an important challenge in the real world. This can be used also for motion indices correlated with pathologies. And so this I will cover very quickly. And then to synthesize images, to perform data augmentation. So since we are low data, you can use data augmentation. You can use it also because we have a probabilistic model for uncertainty propagation or illustration. Now, just a few slides because I'm running out of time on using this approach for motion indices. So this was used also to be able to detect the patients suffering from heart failure. So basically, if there's a patient suffering from heart failure with a low ejection fraction, less than 35%, usually you are given a ICD, which is an implantable cardioverter defibrillator, un défibrillateur cardiaque en français, which is used in order to avoid having sudden cardiac death, which is ventricular fibrillation. And so the idea of this project, this was a joint work with Johns Hopkins Medicine in Baltimore, in the US, was to be able to select the patients for which they will not be given ICD. Because ICD, actually, so not all, actually a small percent of patients have a firing ICD. So an ICD, unnecessary ICD can cause surgical complications, false shocks, which apparently is very painful. We don't want to experience that, and reduce life expectancy. So the idea is to be able to reduce and to select the patients that will not suffer from ICD, not suffer from fibrillation. And the idea is that maybe we can exploit the cardiac MR images, but to extract some features of a motion, maybe we can use information about the cardiac motion to guide the selection of patients. And this is as opposed to, I had another slide. Yeah, okay. So this is as opposed to the classical ways where we try to use the volume, ejected volumes to see whether you can predict the patients that actually undergo ventricular fibrillation. So can we select those patients based on what we call, so this is by tracking here, motion fingerprint extractor. So we use the motion matrix here. And then we use this into a survival predictor. This is based on the Cox semi-parametric proportional hazard model, so survival analysis. So we want to predict whether using these fingerprints, we can predict the ones that will go to the hospital because their ICD was fired or not. And so these are basically the different survival curves. Well, you see that using our fingerprints and some clinical data, we have a better separation between the two populations. The one that had a low risk, so with no ICD firing, and those who had ICD firing. So this is again how we can use this latent representation to do patient selections here to avoid having ICD implantation. So to conclude, this is my last slide. Limitations. There is a lack of explainability of a latent representation. We know it encodes motion, cardiac motion, but we don't know exactly how. And this is a problem. There is a selection bias for training set, but this is a common limitation for all machine learning. And there is also, we have demonstrated this in 2D plus time, but not in 3D plus time, because you need a lot of memory. It's a problem of GPU memory limitation. And so the perspective is to use this for echocardiography. This was demonstrated here, and the integration in survival analysis. And the very last slides, I'd like to acknowledge Julian Krebs, which was the PhD students working on that. And this was so Nicolas Ayash, the head who worked with me on this topic, and Tommaso Manzi, working at Siemens Healthineers, and of course my colleagues at Epion. This is it.
Thank you very much, Emily. So do we have questions? Yes.
Thanks a lot, Eric. Actually, was kind of close to the work of Julian somehow when he was doing his PhD, and but I was like never explained what he was doing. I'm kind of interested in all this stuff that you just showed us today. I think one of the things that is curious for me is the way you model the latent space as a Gaussian process. Yeah, there is this particular thing because there is a kernel that has to be involved. So I don't know how the parameters of this kernel for the Gaussian process is.
Yeah, so I need to talk to Mike. All right, so the question is, let me backtrack for everybody. Okay, so this is about. Okay, here. So in classical Bayesian autoencoder, you specify the shape of the Gaussian distribution for the latent representation, and you usually use a prior, and your prior usually is a unit Gaussian, multivariate Gaussian. But and this is why do you use a unit multivariate Gaussian, because you want all the latent variables to be independent of each other, right? So here we don't want this because we want the variables to be dependent. So you want to predict one variable given, let's say, okay. So that's why. So the covariance matrix in this case, the prior one is not the diagonal one, but it's a band matrix where basically we say that you know, familiar with Gaussian processes. So it depends on the neighbors in time. And here we didn't use a square exponential one, but we use a Cauchy variance. So it's a variation of it. And of course, you need to specify the length of correlation. And the length of correlations specify how much one influences the other.
But that's still a parameter there, right?
We don't learn it. Yeah, it's a hyperparameter that you estimate. So you know that this should be, you don't want it to be too large because you. So you want it to be intermediate between the whole. Typically, I don't know, it's 5 or 6 frames. But you still have correlation far away, but yeah, it's where it drops, the correlation drops.
Another question.
So I have a small questions, maybe I didn't understand. The fast network you show there was 2 inputs, one was volumetric data and there was another image to the input.
So for the previous one?
Yeah, the previous one, not the time sequence one. The other one.
Okay, right. So it's moving and fixed.
Yes.
It's volumetric.
So the first one is volumetric in time, temporal domain, or
No, this one is it's 2 frames.
Okay, okay. And the next one is the fixed frame?
Yeah, with volumetric.
Okay, so these both frames are like sequential or it's different?
So these are from end systole and end diastole.
Oh, okay, okay. So they are not sequence.
No,
mixed.
no,
Okay, okay.
because this is the deformation model, and then we go to the motion model.
Okay,
We
okay.
get the whole sequence.
So this is basically to learn from this to that. Okay.
Yes, exactly. From 2 time frames.
Yeah,
But
okay.
what happened?
Okay, and another question is like, I don't know if it's possible, but is it possible to create a 3D model of the art and then generate more images?
Okay, so I think this will be covered by the next talk. Excellent question.
Okay.
So this will be the electromechanical model of the heart. And
Okay,
this is,
okay.
what next talk will be about, I guess.
Okay.
So yes, the answer to your question is yes.
Okay, okay, thanks.
In the chat.
Yeah, actually,
Okay, so a question here from the chat. How do you register all 2D images so that you can track all features of images throughout the training data set?
Okay, let me see. How do you register all 2D images so that you can track the features? So the governing way to register is to minimize a similarity term, which is the intensity. Basically, after you warp the image, the intensity should look like the one of a fixed image. That's the basic principle. Now, this is so the simple criteria is called the sum of the square differences, SSD, where you assume it's exactly the same intensity. But if you look at the cardiac sequence, you see that the texture is moving, it's changing over time. Okay, backtrack. Okay, merci. When I was doing this one, motion compensation. So you see the texture change over time. Okay. So therefore, you cannot assume the intensity stays constant. So that's why we are using a less stringent constraint of intensity change, which is a fine change of intensity locally. That's the similarity term that we use. But basically, what allows you to track the motion is to assume that the intensity after warping of image is exactly the same or similar than the one of the baseline image. Okay, I've got that. Okay.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
This is done like with a batch of images, meaning coming from different patients. Is that right? So is there a way that how do you deal with missing frames, for example? Because normally you don't take the same amount of frames for all the patients.
Actually, for the motion model, actually, this is not a problem. As I showed, this is the deformation, the motion one. So in fact, you can have a missing frames. And actually, this is the experiment we've done, because we said instead of taking the whole sequence, we just take a few of them. This works. This is because you can estimate this. If you don't have this information, thanks to this convolutional network, you can still estimate the latent variable.
So it makes you sample from it. You sample the missing one, basically.
No. We're talking about, so here, this is what we showed. If you only have a few frames, you can still estimate the latent representation for the whole motion. And this is thanks to the structure of the temporal convolutional network. Because if you don't have this, let's say this is this one, you still can estimate this variable still by the others.
Probably the sigma is going to be a bit larger or something like that.
No.
Okay.
Just in the previous slide, maybe where there is the autoencoder structure.
Okay.
This one, yeah. So in there, in the decoder part, you are always using for conditioning the original image, the moving image. You just resize it, right? You're not using the information from the encoder. Yeah, in the decoder. So there is the conditioning part with the moving image, and it's always the resized image, I guess. Then so it means you.
Okay, so here this is for multi-scale. That's why it appears in 3 times.
Okay, so you can scale it because
Yes.
I guess at the beginning it's the
Yeah.
filter space is little.
Exactly. So remember that we have this structure. In fact, this is the true structure. So we have 3 heads for the decoder, and we supervise it at the 3 levels.
Okay, and well, the question is, why are you using the original image like resized it for the decoder and not the information from the encoder like in a UNet? I guess.
Okay, so this is the whole conditional version of decoder, because you want this to be dependent on the input image.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So in UNet you have a skip connections, right?
Yeah.
Which is copies of this, but you want to be able to generate the motion only based on this. If you have skip connections, you need to have the features that are this encoder part, right? Because they are copied to the decoder in the UNet.
Yeah.
In the UNet is not an autoencoder.
Yeah.
Because you have a skip connections, which breaks so it doesn't, in UNet, you don't rely on the latent variable. Here you do, because basically, if you know this and this, you can generate the deformation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other question? All right, thank you very much, LB, for the presentation. Our next speaker will be joining us remotely. Can you say something, Heido?
We can hear you.
I think we still can't hear you.
We can't hear you. I don't know why.
It's the problem on that side.
It's probably so. Yeah.
Okay, we still can hear you on this end. I don't know if there is there any issue with your microphone or...
Hello?
Oh, there we go.
Yes.
Always a problem with Zoom. Hello? You hear me better?
Now we can hear you. Yes.
Okay.
You can share the screen.
Okay, you can share your screen now.
Yes. Can you see my screen? Hello?
We see your screen.
Okay.
Okay, so Jesus Jairo Rodriguez Barria is our next speaker, joining us remotely. Now, Jairo did his PhD in mathematics at the Universidad de Sonora in Mexico. And as part of this program, he also completed a one-year internship at the Georgia Institute of Technology in Atlanta. He was then a postdoc in the IHU Lyric Institute in Bordeaux from 2018 to 2021 as a member of the modeling team. Since 2021, he's been a part of the Epion team at the Centre INRIA Université Côte d'Azur as a research engineer. His research interests include modeling and simulations of electromechanics, numerical methods to solve partial differential equations, dynamical systems, and applied mathematics. Today, he's joining us to talk about modeling the electrical-mechanical activity of the heart. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to have been there, but I'm currently on holidays back in Mexico. It is a little bit of a disclaimer. It's 6:30 in the morning, so I'm sorry in advance if I say something incoherent, but we should be okay. So I'm going to talk to you about electromechanical activity in the heart. How do we model that? And to give you a little bit of context, I'm going to present to you a little cartoon that I really like that explains a little bit of the function of the heart. So the heart is a pump, basically. You have the cavities, and the left and right ventricle are usually in charge of pumping the blood to the circulatory system, either the lungs or the actual body. And then with this, the blood carries oxygen and nutrients to the heart. The pumping is driven by electrical pulses that travel through the left and right ventricles through the what is known as the bundle branch, the left and right. Sometimes you can have a problem with the conduction system where one of them is blocked. In this case, it's when the left bundle branch is blocked. And when this happens, people say that you have a left bundle branch block. So the consequence of this is that the electrical pulse first goes to the right ventricle and then goes to the left ventricle with a delay. That creates an asynchronous pumping. You can see it in the video. It first pumps the right and then goes to the left. As a consequence of this, the force of the pumping decreases and the muscle becomes weaker. So then there's something called the CRT device, or cardiac resynchronization device. That is basically a small little battery with leads that it's inserted underneath the collarbone, and it is connected to the heart with 3 leads. One that goes to the apex on the right ventricle, another one that goes to the left ventricle, the other free wall, and another one is an atrial lead. This atrial lead is in charge of monitoring the electrical activity in the actual heart. And then, as a consequence, the CRT device sends 2 pulses to the leads that were inserted in the ventricles. And with this, we can bypass this malfunction that it doesn't pass through the conduction system. And what this does is that it restores the pumping synchronously of the heart. So in this case, the cardiac output comes back a little bit back to normal, and the quality of life of these patients can be improved. I mean, of course, as the last presentation was mentioned, this is it's quite difficult procedure, and not all the patients are candidates for it. So usually, well, what I just showed you is in this all this activity, you have 3 systems inherently. The mechanical one, that is the one that drives the pumping force. You have the pumping force in itself, which is a mechanic behavior. And you have the actual going out or in of the blood. So that's the circulatory system, so that you have another system there, the hemodynamic one. So then how do we model all this activity? So we usually model each and every one of the systems, and then we couple them. It is quite complex, as you may think, because, for instance, the electrical system is way faster than the mechanics, but they have to be somewhat related or in sync. So I'm going to present you a little bit of an overview of the tools that we use to actually model this activity. And with the M at the end, I'm going to tell you what we are trying to do in this context of the CRT, or cardiac resynchronization there. First, we start with the electrical one. The electrical system, we used what is known as bidomain equations. Usually, that's in the general case, where we have a system of coupled PDEs. It's an elliptical part and a parabolic one. And we usually compute voltage. On a cellular level, you have the cell, and you have a membrane that separates the inside and the outside. And in that membrane, you usually have small little channels or gates that are susceptible to certain kinds of elements. The 3 most important in cardiac dynamics are sodium, calcium, and potassium. So this activity of the closing or opening of the gates, it's enclosed in what is known as gate variables in all the models. And then due to the activity or the flux going or passing through that membrane, going in or out, then we can compute the voltage, which is basically a difference between what is happening in the outside extracellular potential and then what is happening on the inside intracellular potential. This is the system in its most general form. There's a lot of models that can tell you what is happening. You have a very, very sophisticated ones, like 21 plus variables, or you have more qualitative ones where you just have the voltage and simulating just one gating variable. We usually use, depending on the problem at hand, we use a certain model. However, as you may think, it is very rare that we can give you a closed solution to this system, especially if we're solving it in more complicated domains as the heart. So what we do is to make some assumptions, and then we transform this system to another one that it's easier to compute or less computationally expensive. So if we assume that we have intra and extracellular domains that are anisotropic to a certain extent or to a certain degree, we make some assumptions of the sum of the tensors that I showed in this slide, and then do some algebra, and then you reach what is known as the monodomain equation, which is instead of having the system of two coupled PDEs plus the gates, you have only one equation for voltage, but you lose the ability to compute the extracellular potential, and that is important to compute, for instance, ECGs. However, we can approximate it. We can use some integral solution to a Poisson equation, and then as long as we are computing a little bit far away from the actual domain, for instance, the ECG will be a few centimeters away, the leads where we're trying to compute the extracellular potential or activity, then we're okay, because in this approximation, we have a division by a distance, so we need to be a little bit far away. So then this equation is way less computationally expensive to solve, but it is still too expensive for us, because when we're doing cardiac dynamics, we need to find some sort of a compromise between how much time we need to wait in order to compute a decent enough or reliable solution. So then in order to circumvent the use of this equation, we use another one called the iconal equation, which is just a wave propagation. And that's how we model the electrical activity. It is kind of well known. There have been a lot of publications on it. It works. And in a few slides, I will show you what is the end result of using this. So this is the electrical part. This is the beginning of our road. First, we need to compute the electrical activity, because that's the onset of what will be the pumping motion. So then it's very good that it was the last presentation from Hervé, because we used as our base, our geometry, it is computed or it's generated by means of a segmentation. And then we saw earlier that it's quite difficult to do a segmentation. And even with the people who have 20 plus years in the field, they still have some problems delineating all the structures. Usually we start with CT scans or contrast tomographies or MRIs, magnetic resonance images. And we need to create a segmentation, be a manual segmentation, or we can use some tools, automated ones, AI algorithms, etc. And the end goal is, for our case, to delimit the 4 cavities of the heart from the image. Once we do that, then we can generate our mesh, which for our case, it's the ventricles. This is our domain of work. Usually in our simulations, we are dealing around 50,000 tetrahedra, which is not a lot from the electrical point of view, but from the mechanics, it's quite a lot, and it takes some time to compute the actual beating. So, of course, passing from the segmentation to the actual mesh, it's a few steps involved. Because usually when we do a segmentation, we can have some slides where we just lose information. So we need to interpolate, we need to clean it. And there's a few algorithms and tools to do that. We usually, from the segmentation itself, we get an isosurface, and then we fill it with tetrahedra in this case, because it's one of the easiest ways to fill up the volumetric mesh. As always, we need to be able to find a good compromise between how many points do you have and how much time do you want to wait to compute a simulation, and also what's the accuracy that you're going to have. Of course, the more tetrahedron points you have, the better, but dealing especially with 3D meshes, more points and more tetrahedra implies a lot of resources computationally and storage. So there's always this trade-off of how many do you need, how many do you have, and what do you want to do with it. So this is our starting point, the mesh. And then this is where we solve basically our equations, the electrics. Now, it is well known from the literature that it is very important, if you're going to do simulations, that you have a good representation of your actual tissue. There's some studies on histology where we kind of know what is the orientation of the muscle fiber. And we usually use some gradients, because in the literature it states that on the outside wall or surface of the ventricles, the fibers run a certain way. And then as you go in transmurally, they start rotating. And then you end up usually between 120 and 140 degree gradient between the two surfaces. And then you just rotate. But then also, as you're rotating in one plane, you can also rotate in another. So it's the more you have, or the more accurate you have this definition of your actual fibers, the best that will be your simulation. Of course, it's quite complex to do this identification of the fibers, because you need to do what is known as diffusion tensor imaging. You need a proper scanner. But from a few cases in a different species, we can kind of generate some rules, such as rule-based fiber, where you say, I want this orientation on this outside surface, and then as I go in transmurally, I will rotate it. And there has been a few studies where that matches not to perfection with the actual reality, of course, but there's a good, it's a decent approximation. So for our case, we use a gradient of 160 from -80 degrees to 80 degrees. And now you see here in this slide the configuration of the fibers. The red means that are oriented to 80 degrees, and then you go in and then you rotate. So we do this for every mesh that we have. It's if you don't do it, then the contraction becomes non-realistic at all, and the propagation of electricity also, it doesn't resemble anything in reality. So from the CT, we have a mesh, and then from the mesh, we decide what will be the anatomy that we're going to use. Then we have to decide which hyperelastic material we're going to use to deal with the mechanics part of the model. At the beginning, we said that the electrical is the one that drives the mechanics. But then in the mechanics, from the simulation point of view, there's a lot of models also. So we need to find the proper one. In our studies, we're testing two different materials. One, it's a linear behavior. It's known as Mooney-Rivlin. You can see it here. And it's just a combination of some invariance of the deformation gradient. And this Mooney Ribblin, it first became the norm to deal with hyperelastic materials that resemble rubber. So it's a solid, but then you stretch it out and then you release it and it comes back to the resting state. It is kind of simplistic if you want, but it does show very good results. In this model, we have 3 parameters, usually the bulk modulus, and then 2 parameters that need to be adjusted depending on which kind of simulations you have. These are the parameters marked in red. I'm marking them in red for a reason. I'll tell you a little bit later. This is the one that it's more used because it's easier and it's cheaper to compute. But we were having a little bit of discrepancy on some of the contractions. So then we decided to test another law. It's an exponential behavior. It's known as a Costa model. But of course, the more sophisticated you become with your models, the more parameters you have. And those parameters need to be adjusted and calibrated for every model or problem that you're trying to attack. In this case, the Costa model has 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 parameters already. So these ones need to be adjusted. And there is not much literature about which parameters that you need to choose. So from the engineering part of view, there's a lot of work to be done. And then the problem is that, for instance, we ideally would like to plug this into a model that will resemble the tissue. So ideally, we would like to know some parameters on actual tissue of how it deforms, but we cannot slice a piece of a heart and then do experiments. If we do that, we usually do them ex vivo. So then the moment we die, the function becomes practically non-existent, and there's a lot of properties that are lost. So it's we need a lot of information still about that. So now we said the electrical part, the mechanics part, and then we need hemodynamics. The model that we're trying to use, it uses the 4 phases of the actual cycle that Hervé showed in one of his pictures. The filling of the actual cavity, the contraction when the blood goes out, and the relaxation when it goes back again. So if you pay attention, the model that we have is only the ventricles. We don't have the aorta, and neither the atrium. So we have parameters that simulate that. And then for the aorta, we have a model that's called Wink-Kessel model. It's an analogous to a circuit where you just have an inertance, some capacitance connected to another resistor. Sorry. Now, all this is done in SOFA. It's called Simulation Open Framework Architecture. And the first, we said at the beginning, is we compute the iconal equation with the electrics. That one, we feed it to the actual mechanics. And then on the mechanics, at some point, we need to compute some aortic pressure. And then that's why we use the Wink-Kessel model. And there's a lot of steps involved, but in the end, we are able to produce something like this. I hope that you can see it. It's on the top, it's a simulation of a healthy heart, beating, normal beating, and on the bottom, it's a dilated heart. The cavity becomes larger, and it's the inverse of what Hervé had in one of his slides, that he had hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. He had he had larger tissue but smaller cavity. This one is the inverse: larger cavity, smaller, or thinner tissue. So right now we're able to compute some simulations. So I remember one of the questions, if we, from the past presentation, that if we can use 3-dimensional models to complete the data set, that's actually what we're trying to do. But then the $1 million question is, we are able to provide or compute simulations. So now, how do we deal with the enormity of parameters that we have? Because from the math point of view, I can give you a simulation, but then not or doesn't necessarily means that the clinician will say that it's okay or this right. So right now we work with a couple of clinicians, cardiologists. So we compute our simulations, and then they tell us if it is okay or not. That's our way of validating, in a sense. So what do we do to actually select the parameters? Let me go out a little bit. I'll show you. Yes, for instance, this is the things that we are able to compute on the simulation. You have pressure and volume curves, the derivative of the pressure. And then we have a few different slides. We have the ECG, but to give you an idea, this is all the parameters that we need for one single simulation. We have the parameters that attain the contraction model, the ones related to the hyperelastic material, the ones related to the aorta, right atrium, left atrium, pulmonary artery, and we have a lot of parameters, and then also the numerical ones. So the question is always, how do you choose the proper parameters to be able to give reliable simulations? So for that, we use what is known as it's a strategy called the covariance metrics adaptation evolutionary strategy. I will not go into details here because it's quite heavy. That's we can do it in another talk if you want, but I give you the reference. It's just basically a stochastic method for optimization of nonlinear functions. It can be applied for pretty much any problem that you can think. And the idea is to just define the set of parameters that you're going or you're trying to understand or study, and then take samples from that multivariate normal. It's a multivariate normal distribution. You assume that is that, and then you just sample. And in our case, we just generate, let's say, a population of 20 simulations, and I want to iterate it for, let's say, 50 generations. So the way this works is from all the set of parameters that I have, I just select a few of them. I launch the simulations, then I compute my covariance metrics, and depending on the results that I expect, if I am close or far enough, I just iterate. This is in a nutshell. It seems easy, but it's not that easy. But then this is what we use. From all the set of parameters that I showed you, there's ones that we know from physiology what are the ranges, and there's other ones where we don't know. So then we need to be smart. From the ones that we know physiological ranges, we just set it up from the very beginning, and then we start moving the ones that we don't know. And then usually what we're trying to target are whatever clinicians measure when they do echographies, CT scans, or MRIs. For instance, when a candidate to decide if it is, to decide if a patient is candidate to cardiac resynchronization therapy, first they need to measure the ejection fraction, and then they need to measure strains from echographies. And then they can compute, let's say, a series of 20 indices, and those the clinicians give it to us, and those are the features that we want from our in this strategy, meaning from the parameters that the model that we have, we select a few, and then the target is whatever the clinicians tells us. So then we apply this methodology, and then at the end we compare with what they expect. And that is related to the question that they said at the end. Can it be used to complete like a database? And that's actually what we are trying to do. It was a company who provided us with a database of 90 patients with CRT. And then what we're trying to do is, first, we want to create a catalog of 90 different simulations of all those patients that have kind of the same indices that they measured from the clinics. And then once we have those 90, we want to create some sort of interpolations between them for later have a fuller or more complete catalog of all like contractions, electrical activations, and then pressure and volume curves, to whenever there's a new patient that comes in, and then they can be measured, and then they see in the database if they are candidates or not to CRT. And then later apply some machine learning techniques or tools to do some predictions. And I think that's it. This is, of course, a joint work with Gaëtan Darue and Maxime Sarnessin. And thank you to all the Epion team. And hopefully I'll see you there next week. That's all for me. And if you have questions, please let me know.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? In person? Chat? Okay, so just from my point of view, thank you for presenting the model and everything that's advanced now. Just going back to the perspective of what clinicians might want to be able to get from this, is there any way to extend the model to think about peripheral circulation or interaction with other organs to be able to estimate other sorts of clinical measures that be more like secondary effects of what's actually happening in the heart? Or is that just a problem that would be entirely starting from scratch?
Right now, we are starting from, we're only dealing with the heart right now, but I think that something can be done with the lungs, for instance, because it's interconnected, some sort of like hypertension. But I'm not an expert in that. But for sure, if you have, let's say, what are the things that you measure, maybe we can do something. Because I don't know, what would you be interested in, for instance?
Yeah, so just thinking both about the lungs, oxygenation, and then peripheral circulation, thinking specifically about the effects that could happen to other organs or peripheral tissues as a consequence of the cardiac functions. So it would be more so predicting then the effects of what you actually see with your cardiac model in the peripheral circulation or in vessel beds or capillary beds, a little bit further away from the heart, but just by virtue of being kind of connected in a circuit, as it were, it might be something that could be connected to the same model.
Yeah, but that you will need a proper model for the circulatory system, which it's I think it can be done, but it's quite hard. With one model for the heart, we're having enough problems. So
yeah, and it's an interesting question, but if the heart model behaves to physiologic expectations, then well, it's not a guarantee that it'll work with another circulatory system model that behaves to expectations, but that would be interesting if it did.
Yes, I have a question too. So you mentioned at the very end something related to machine learning. How do you plan to use it? To use actually machine learning or deep learning for what do you plan to predict? And do you want to use the results of the simulations to do some predictions? Or
that's the idea is, as I said, we have a 90 patient database, which I think for predictions is quite small. So for starters, the idea is first create the 90 simulations that resemble those patients. And then we have the ability, for instance, of dilating our geometry. It's just proper deformation. If we do that, we automatically change ejection fractions, cavity volume, pressures, etc. So we want to create a fuller database that not only comprises the 90 patients. Let's say I want to create between 1 and 2, patient 1 and 2, I want to create 10. So that way I'll have like a fuller database. And from those ones, I'd like to do some prediction of if this patient will be candidate or not to CRT based on what we already know.
For instance, you will do some like morphological modifications in geometry and to model some diseases, and then you will use this data to actually train a machine learning model for predicting these diseases.
Yeah, because we have also from the database, we have the kind of pathology. For instance, from patient 1, it's a CMD, cardiac myopathy dilated, so dilated heart. But from those 90 patients, not necessarily all of them have dilated. Some of them exhibit normal conditions, like geometrical conditions of the heart. So the first idea is based on the actual geometry of the heart, the classification will be normal, dilated, hypertrophic. So we had 3 already. So from then, plug it in and then try to decide if it is a candidate or not to CRT.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much for your presentation.
All right. Any other questions? Oh, one more.
Hi, Jairo. Thank you so much for the presentation. Maybe just a single question. Is there like any other source of data that you could use in order to improve the estimation of the parameters of these models?
That's always the key question. Dealing with data from patients of this kind, it's difficult and tricky, even from the from the law point of view, because you need the consent from people. There's not a public database from this. So that's why whenever we have, for instance, for us, 90 patients is quite a lot, because we usually have 10, 7. So I don't know, maybe joining a few hospitals, but I don't know.
So basically, usually this decision is taken only with the ECG so far.
ECG, echo, and the stack of images.
Oh, okay, all right. And you use all these to estimate the model?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's pretty much it. Thanks.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Well, thank you.
Last question. Sorry, last question. Actually, I didn't get. You're using 4D CT scan. Didn't get that.
You what? Can you repeat?
4D CT scans or not? It's 3D.
No, I wish to have 4D CT scans. If I had 4D CT scans, I could try to estimate better my parameters from the hyperelastic model.
Okay. Yeah.
We usually start from static scans.
Yeah.
But if you have some.
Sorry, one very last question is, so now you're, I guess for your simulations, you're using something like finite element methods, solving the.
Yep.
Have you considered to use like some physical inferred neural networks for making the network learn all the parameters that are in the system?
I haven't, because, well, the machine learning is not, I'm not an expert. So if you have some ideas, let us know, because it's a lot of parameters. And I think that we have, from the simulations, I think we can have some sort of thing that resembles the CT scan with moving, because we have the sequence of the deformation. So that one, maybe we could use that methodology.
Okay, yes. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Jairo, for your presentation. Okay, so before our last talk, we'll have another break back in the room upstairs. So we'll see you again.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
We're just making the frame. Do that.
Okay, so last but not least, for closing this doctorials, we will have Olga Pavillon. So she's the operational director of the Innovation Center for Entrepreneurship, or ICE, here at the Université Côte d'Azur. She's a specialist in development of enterprises and international relationships. Olga has also a wide area of expertise, including marketing and communications, financial management, project management, and product management. So if you want to start a company, she's the one to go to. And she will introduce us today to what ICE does as an innovation center, its main objectives, and how they help students in the realization of their entrepreneurial ideas, in case you are interested as well. So, yeah, this is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so hello, everybody. So, well presented so far. So I'm Olga Pavillon, and I'm the operational director of the Innovation Center for Entrepreneurship of the Université Côte d'Azur. And also I'm teaching entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial ecosystems at Economy and Management campus of the university. So today I have a pleasure to speak about entrepreneurship at the university, so that everybody knows that if you have an idea, it's always possible to realize it, to into a specific business. And we at the university are here to support you and to provide everything you need to train necessary skills, to accompany you to explain whatever it's not clear for you maybe, and also to bring all the partners of the ecosystem, all the associations and companies that would like to support you. We also have mentorship programs that can help you, actually entrepreneurs who have already their businesses and who can follow you and make a point from time to time on your project and to give you advice, how to be better to proceed. So that's the general scope of what we propose. And now I'd like to speak about more details, actually, what the Innovation Center for Entrepreneurship is about. So, okay, so actually the ICE, Innovation Center for Entrepreneurship, is the unique center for, or unique contact for entrepreneurship, where you can get all the expertise and resources that you may need. We can bring the support to all the students or staff or doctor students or researchers, so at any stage of involvement into the life of the university. We also have the entrepreneurial community of students, PhD and alumni, which we animate with various events and competitions, and we're just getting together and then just discussing some issues of entrepreneurship. We also regroup and integrate existing programs, as you say, that are dedicated to entrepreneurship and innovation. And also we collaborate a lot with the entire ecosystem of the region, such as Incubator, French Tech, Côte d'Azur, and many other institutions, initiatives. There are so many I will mention later. And all those who are here at the territory to support anybody who would like to launch their project. Our mission is to inform, to raise awareness, to educate, and so we have workshops and events, and most importantly, we try to accompany every person individually and to reply to specific needs, because every project is different, and we don't have one approach fits all, but really we will investigate what are the real concerns and how to be better, to get to the end of the project and really to launch a product. Okay, so now I wanted to share with you a little film about our center. Sorry. Let's see this one, if you can.
Yes, but it's just
Are you sharing?
No, I'm not sharing. So just a moment.
It's possible. Hopefully work. Okay, that's just not working. Just keep it.
Sure.
Okay, so yeah, just to show you how it works, but no, we don't just dance and eat pizza. many other things. And some of you maybe recognize the our hall of Espace Vernassa because I recognize many people who participate in Creton, which was 2 weeks ago. And so we do lots of events which actually help to educate the skills on innovation, to see how it can come from a problem to a solution, and then how the solution can be introduced into a real business project. Well, we start from the idea, and then there are other educational programs that can help to actually develop, from the idea and to build the business plan, the pitch deck, and everything, business model, so we explain exactly how it works, so that you come up with a real project. And then you can go in front of the investors and actually present your what comes out of it, and you're perfectly ready to raise funds, with that. Okay, so as we continue, yeah, so just some key figures. So we accompany around 100 student entrepreneurs per year, and we have around 50 startups launched from the university since the foundation in 2014, which might not seem a big figure, but there is a big flow of projects, and then in the end, the ones who really come out as companies, these are the ones who stay, for a while, because it's a big flow, of ideas, filtering the ideas and launching the company, and then helping, to survive the first 3 years, which are very difficult sometimes. Okay, so our mission is actually to help all the students, young graduates, and researchers in business creation or takeover, if there are takeover projects, and to train, raise awareness, to support, and to accompany. And we have 3 main blocks of the program. So on one hand, it's development of entrepreneurial competences and transversal skills. So we have various programs running. It's like Invent, Nawa, and Sugar. Maybe you've heard about these projects also, where the students can work in groups and propose solutions for researchers who wish to make a business opportunity out of the project. So know that it's possible, also for those who are master students or who are doctoral students, it's possible to create groups, and to continue working on that. Then it's the second axe of our programs is PIPIT and deep tech entrepreneurship. It's actually the core of all our programs, and it's a real accompanying actually of specific projects together with the incubator of the region and with financing organizations. We also have the educational program where the deep tech entrepreneurship is the key one, and some of you have participated also in it, and I'm glad to see you here and know that there were some interesting feedbacks on that. And if you wish to give others, we are very happy about that, because it was the first year that we launched it at the university, and it's the first diploma of this type, in Europe. And actually, we have lots of interesting feedbacks from even other countries in this short format to initiate actually to the basics, of the deep tech entrepreneurship. And then we have the third axe of our programs, which is support to advanced entrepreneurial projects. And these are the either intensive boost programs for entrepreneurs or teams of entrepreneurs, and also competitions that help to earn funding. So we have a project that is running currently, a competition, maybe you heard about it, which is called ICE Step Up Challenge, and it allows any person with an entrepreneurial project to raise funding 15,000 to 30,000 euro of a subvention. So it's not even a loan, it helps you to invest and to get an immediate result, which is unheard of. It's the first initiative the universities in France. So we're very happy to propose it, and now it's the first edition, and we'll continue. So there will be a second edition during 2022. So know that there is such possibility. There are other competitions that we organize also, which is one of those is PIPIT, which also allows to earn funding from 2,000 to 10,000 euro for the project, and many others. We have also partners who also propose on some specific subjects. It can be sustainable development subject, it can be various domains, so everything is possible. So if you ever have a project, you can always look up, what's possible. Yeah, and also we think it's really important to
to have entrepreneurial mindset, to help people to understand how it's working, and basically it's believing that whenever you have a project, you can always start, and bring it into real life, and that it's always possible to do it. And it can be just an active position, even beyond entrepreneurship. It can be an association, or a startup, effectively. But what counts is that the person wants to create something and to take the active position in the economic life, for the society. And also, we see lots of student entrepreneurs, and sometimes we see that some projects get to the end, others not necessarily, for various reasons. It can be also academic load, because, that when you're involved into your studies, and you have to be very invested, and sometimes you have to make choices. Some choose their academic, progress, which is perfectly normal. And when it's not possible to combine, sometimes they drop out. And I think it's not a problem by itself, which counts is actually to take a step, to discover, to try to build something out of it. And if it doesn't work the first time, it can work the second time or another time. And that's something we also hear from established entrepreneurs who say, oh, I've started so many various entrepreneurial projects, and it's my 7th one, and I'm so happy that now it's running. So sometimes it's not from the first time, but from another time. But it's the entrepreneurial mindset that helps to carry on, and to start the projects. So another point is that there is a national program carried by the Ministry of Innovation and Education of France, and which provides the student entrepreneur status. And the student entrepreneur status offers lots of advantages to students and doctor students. That it includes access to co-working spaces, so anybody can come and have the place to work. Also flexibility with the university schedule, have access to specific financing mechanisms, and participating in competitions, because access to some competition is restricted to student entrepreneurs who have the status. Then these students or doctor students who have the status, they have a specific mentors that are attributed to them and their projects. They have an individualized follow-up, and then they have certified trainings and acceleration programs of our partners, whether it's locally or abroad. And at this moment, there is a team from our university, which is in Helsinki, participating in the entrepreneurship camp. It's also a boost program of 1 week when they intensively work on their projects. There are others. Also, at the same time, we have a program with the Utah Entrepreneurship Center, which is a 3 month program, which costs $15,000 for user students, but it's free of charge for our students, which is a great benefit. And it helps also to advance with the project and just discover, the world of entrepreneurship in international level. The whole program is in English. Yes, and an important word on partnerships, because it's very important for us. The local partners, such as ministry, the region, so we work with other higher education institutions, such as IDEC, Schema, with the BP France and TVT Innovation and many others. And you also have international partners, such as David Echo School of Business in Utah. That's with this university that we're running the global entrepreneurship program at this moment, which lasts for 3 months, and other universities, such as University of Montenegro and many others. And the Benijay Group, which is a major content creation group, and we developed a new TV series with them last year. So that's another project which is not in health, but it can be various domains, really, from arts to health to economy, to anything, medical, lots of projects. And we also have educational programs, which are actually the certifying trainings, among which we have the university diploma in entrepreneurship and the university diploma in deep tech entrepreneurship, and we have also a minor which is called innovation and design thinking. So actually all of these trainings, they help to develop behavior, the mindset that just spoken about.
and actually to understand how to take out an entrepreneurial opportunity and bring it to the market, to build a project, and how to launch an activity. Here's just a slide on the entrepreneurship diploma. It's 4 major blocks. It's in French, it's online and also in presence. So it's about building entrepreneurial spirit, about discovering entrepreneurship, about project construction and the launching the project. And another one, the deep tech entrepreneurship, is in English, and it's hybrid. And we're looking forward for the pitch of some students that will be coming soon. And some pitch have already started, and we're quite impressed, by the levels. It's great to hear that people who start pitching after the deep tech entrepreneurship program, they are ready practically to start speaking in front of investors, because they have the poster, they have the pitch deck, which is presentable, so we're quite happy with the first results. And that's our team. So our director is Rani Dan, who's vice president for entrepreneurship. So it's myself, the operation director, and then we have Baptiste, Nicolas, Linda, Sylvia, and also we have support from other departments, such as Senira from EDEX transversal projects, and Eric Gassi, who is a professor at the university. Yeah, if you wish to keep in touch with some information at the center of our events, don't hesitate. We're quite present on LinkedIn and Instagram and whatever. And some pictures, but once again, I think some of you know a little bit. So lots of activities, lots of events, lots of competitions all the time. This week we already have some 3 events, and then we just we're always busy and we always propose things. So if ever you're interested, you're welcome to take contact with us, and we'll be happy to accompany you. Thank you very much.
Okay, I don't know if someone has some questions, comments. No one. I may just have one.
Okay.
Sorry. So, what should someone do to start? What is the first step?
Well, the first step is to understand what is your solution that you're proposing and to which problem it replies to. I think that's the basics, so that you know that actually your idea, somebody needs it. In order to understand that somebody needs it, you need to understand who is facing this problem. Then you describe well the solution, and then you describe well the people that need the solution. So that's the first step. So once you start describing this, you come to the essence of what we call the business model, the value proposition, and and then you advance, in terms of competences, building business model, then you build your pitch deck, and then you'll be able to present your project and see how you advance with that. But that's on competence side. On the side of real life, we say that entrepreneur starts when he starts to act. Just having an idea in the head is not enough, because many of us have, I think that would be great. That was such a great idea. And that's wonderful, but it's just once the person starts actually taking a step towards realizing the idea, that's when the entrepreneurial project really starts. So the beginning is to act, to make a step and to do something about it. So one of the things can be to ask to help, because we also understand that being a company multiplies enormously chances, of the success. So it's also coming and, whether it's us, whether it's other accompanying associations, organizations, it can bring lots of support. And another thing also is to speak about it, because there's always somebody maybe who wants to join you and to support you with that. Because also statistically, apparently people who launch their projects with someone else, with a partner, they have larger chances of success with their business than those who start alone, which is always possible also. But still, the first thing is to do something about it.
Thanks.
I'll ask another question. So follow up to that question is like some of us are like PhD students, so we are already working on some ideas and we already have some results. So how the PhD student can move from the research to a company or startup after they finish the PhD, because a lot of us will have innovative results and innovative ideas and things like that. So there the problems comes of like scalability, like making it more like focused on the product focus or something like that. So how
university helps in this type of situations?
Thank you. I think it's an excellent question. And I think it speaks for many of those coming to this room. Yes, it's quite specific in terms of intellectual property. And that's the first question that starts to come. You know, who does the intellectual property for this subject belongs to? That's why we also have the Department of Valorization and Innovation at the university, who really have a deep look into this kind of questions, you know. So once we see that the subjects are really connected closely, you know, to the issues of the lab, then the first thing is to get in contact with them. So when people come to us, we connect with their lead, and then the team investigates, you know, actually who will belong to, and then there is also an agency also for technology transfer. We can also make a point on that, and that's the departure probably point. And then the second one, once it's been identified, then there is also lots of help. You know, we have also a startup deep tech program within the university that really accompanies, you know, the projects of this type, helping to exactly, you know, as we just said, you know, to identify what would be the potential product, to what it will apply to, and then actually building the whole thing, you know, how we will build the business model, how we build the business plan, how we will present the project, how you can further raise funding. Because the issue is from the project that come from research is very often funding. And the good news, what that means, also funding. The good news is that now it's quite, I won't say easy, but accessible, you know, the funds, very accessible, because there are various organizations, when they see the interest in the product and they adhere to it, then you can raise various types of fundings, you know, just to start with. And it comes from subventions to loans, and then etc. So it's always possible to find it once it's been well designed and presented. There is another issue which implies for those who wish to continue, you know, their research projects after they finish their doctoral studies. It's also how much time I'm going to spend, you know, on my entrepreneurial projects if I wish to stay in research. And there is a law of innovation that describes actually various possibilities. You know, it can be 25% of your time, or 50% of your time, or 100. And then there are various contracts, you know, with the laboratory and within the research institutes in order to identify this. So it's all possible. It just needs to be studied, you know, step by step, and then analyzed, and then the person decides how he wants to continue as a research director or as the CEO, you know, as the CTO, or whatever, you know, which position he will take to this project. There are also some projects that come out of research, and that some people don't wish to carry out like a business project. They come out with the idea, and then they search for business people, you know, to join in and to realize it. So this is also possible. There is a platform which is called BP Tandem, where such carriers of the project or ideators, you know, of the project can present their idea and search for partners, you know, for example, business development partner or an investor or whatever, who they wish to join to their team in order to consult. So yeah, this kind of, you know, possibilities for such things.
Just one small
Go ahead.
Yeah, so as we all are engineers and researchers, so we generally don't have a lot of knowledge about the business side of things and also the managing business and things. So is there, like, ICE has some program to help students with this kind of things, like also helping when you have the idea and you have the funding and things like that? Because generally some of the research projects are very unique and already companies are excited about those. So there is no problem of funding, but generally managing all these things as a PhD student, we are not so familiar. So is there some kind of program for the students to get more educated about these things?
Thank you again for this very good question, because it's a very common issue. It's a very common issue for all the researchers because they specialize in their field, and that's perfectly
normal that in the entrepreneurial field, the business field is new to them. But once again, it's a question of competence, it's a question of learning. And as doctoral students, we're used to that, so it's not a problem. So it's a question of educational programs that can support you with that. So that's why I mentioned that we have the two key programs. The one is of the deep tech interpreter, but it's more of initiation, Then the second program is Diploma of Entrepreneurship, which has much more hours, and is more profound learning, on entrepreneurial skills and actually how you act in marketing, how you build business strategy, how you refine your business model, so it goes well beyond initiation, and then also builds like commercial skills, etc., how to manage the whole thing, and which are the important points, to survey, how to read the financials, how to project them. So all those kind of points which can be learned, and also these are certified training. So you come out also being certified as a person who has business qualities, business competences beyond that. So it's just a question of getting the education, and it's available. And as I mentioned, we have the privilege to have it, either for free, on very low prices. Because when we work with our partners, we realize that it's a big privilege, especially compared to the United States or to some business schools, which even in NIS, who propose the same programs, but with a few thousand euro more, you multiply stuff. So yeah, so there are various possibilities, and yeah, if you would like to discover more about, always are welcome to contact me. You can investigate that.
Is there any other question, maybe?
Yeah, I can.
Wait.
I have a question. Is there any help regarding protecting the idea and patenting from your organization side?
Okay.
Often the university side is help, not directly from ICE, as I've mentioned. Once it concerns intellectual property of the university or the researcher, it goes through their RE. Well, we get connected you to that, if the question comes in, and then they help with that. Actually, they really will identify how should be managed, how it should be deposited, where, in which countries, under which conditions, because there are various parameters, to be taken in place. So all these kind of things, yeah, you have the support on that. So that's perfectly normal also, especially within the university where we have this know-how, coming out from laboratories and from your heads also, as researchers and doctor students.
Is there any other question? Maybe I would have the last one. I would be the Grinch here, because as a PhD student, you have a lot of responsibilities as well. So imagine you have someone that is already prepared and everything. How does one survive to deal with a PhD thesis and a company?
That's an excellent question, yeah. And yeah, we do hear that. We do hear that a lot, that it's an extra charge. It's an extra charge, and regularly the doctor students and researchers, they do give priority to their research, which is normal because it's a primary activity, and that's what we think is your focus in the primary one. And it's very difficult. Some are very courageous who get into it and who want to discover it. We think it's a good moment also to help to train on the background of your thesis to some things, to some competencies also, and to discover how is it possible to advance. And often people actually get on full time on that after graduation with the PhD degree. But we have some cases which are compatible, both once people believe in it, and yeah, and once you get support, actually you're not alone, to do the whole thing. So there is some help coming up, but yes, it's a challenge. I do admit it's not easy, but people do survive, giving priority, of course, to the pieces.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Okay, well, so that concludes our Doctoriales event. Thank you to everyone. Special thank you to our speakers and to all the staff from UCF who helped us organize this event. So if you'd like to join us, there's a little cocktail event in the room upstairs at 6. So if you'd like to come back to join us then, but otherwise, thanks for coming and nice weekend.